distinguished guests, may I have your attention please? As Korea, ASEAN, and India Business Forum will commence shortly, I kindly ask everyone to take their seats and turn their cell phones into silent mode. And in order to practice social distancing, we're hosting our event both offline and online at the same time with simultaneous interpretation being provided. With the receivers placed on your desk, please fix the device to channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean. And please do not forget to leave the receivers on the desk on your way out. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning the forum at 2 o'clock, so please enter the hall and be seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as the distinguished guests are now entering the hall, please greet them with a big round of applause. 네, 귀빈분들께서 입장하고 계십니다. 여러분 큰 박수.
Ladies and gentlemen, VIP guests are entering the room. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Korea, ASEAN, and India Business Forum. Let's meet the era of post-COVID-19, the inclusive recovery and the future of mutual prosperity in Korea, ASEAN, and India through the screen.
The world has been hit hard by COVID-19, forcing us into a state of pandemic. There has been a resurgence due to the Delta variant. The global economy is shrinking. The world is still in chaos and crisis. With close cooperation among the countries to provide vaccines, we are about to see the end of the tunnel. But the future will be different from how things were before the COVID. This will open up a new world. In this post-COVID-19 era, Korea is eager to form a sincere partnership with the ASEAN and India. The dynamic countries of ASEAN and India have a collective population of 2 billion and an average age of 30. ASEAN countries and India are gaining attention as global production hubs and growth engines. Due to the high-growing economy, booming startup, surging the amount of trade volume and foreign investments, ASEAN is stepping up its new business place for global businesses.
한국은 신남방 정책의 비전과 성과가 아세안과 한국 모두에게 도움이 되고 있다고 평가하며 신남방 정책 플러스 전략을 마련했습니다.
Under the administration of President Moon Jae-in, the new Southern Policy was established 4 years ago as part of efforts towards creating a people-centered community of peace and prosperity. The Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy, including 32 other authorities, have been making efforts towards achieving national goals such as expanding trade volume, promoting the movement of people, and providing support in response to COVID-19. Now, Korea, ASEAN, and India are interconnecting more than ever by cooperating on matters such as economy, security, art and culture, environment and healthcare. Entering the post-COVID-19 era, innovation and change are accelerating. Conventional industries and new technology industries are rapidly undergoing digital transformation. Untapped online services have penetrated into our lives and have been changing the global business environment. In order to survive and prosper after the COVID-19 crisis, while keeping close connections between people, entrepreneurs, and nations, cooperation between nations is more in need than ever. Asia, the central axis of world economy, countermeasure to the economic crisis driven by COVID-19, public health and infectious disease prevention and control, the emerging innovative businesses and changing industries. The value and leadership of Asia are far more glittering in a crisis. Due to the pandemic, we are entering into an unprecedented world right now. In this new era, a more united Asia is required. In this new era, the role of Asia will be to find the solutions for ensuring survival and growth of businesses. Professor Jeffrey Sachs at Columbia University, Professor Roberta Rabilotti at the University of Pavia Rishi Kapal Global EdTech Accelerator, Senior Economist Paul Vandenberg at the Asian Development Bank. Global opinion leaders will usher the way. Post-COVID-19 era, Korea, ASEAN, and India will suggest the future image of common prosperity. Korea, ASEAN, and India Business Week 2021. ASEAN Week 2021 starts now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're excited for the new future that is going to be ushered in, please give a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Korea-ASEAN-India Business Forum. My name is Shin Ji-ye, and I'm very delighted to take part of today's program where 11 countries gather together. Well, today, the ambassadors of the new southern countries to the Republic of Korea and distinguished guests from home and abroad have joined us at this grand scale of a business gathering. So as this is the case, allow me to spare the time in order to introduce to you one by one. And as I do so, please give them, each one of them, a big round of applause. to begin with, we have Economic Advisor to the President, Nam Myung-suk, the Chairperson of the Presidential Committee on the New Southern Policy. We also have Chairman and CEO Christopher Koo from Korea International Trade Association. Welcome. We also have Her Excellency Sri Priya Ranganathan, the Ambassador of India to the Republic of Korea. And His Excellency Tieng Bupa, the Ambassador of Laos to the Republic of Korea. And we're also joined by His Excellency U Tan Shin, the Ambassador of Myanmar to the Republic of Korea. And please welcome Her Excellency Pangeran Hajanuria, the Ambassador of Brunei to the Republic of Korea. And Her Excellency Romani Kananurak, Ambassador of Thailand to the Republic of Korea. We're also joined by His Excellency Ung Yuen Butung, the Ambassador of Vietnam to the Republic of Korea. And we're also happy to have Her Excellency Maria Teresa Bigijon de Vega, the Ambassador of the Philippines to the Republic of Korea. We also have His Excellency Chirung Botom Rangsai, the Ambassador of Cambodia to the Republic of Korea. And we're joined by His Excellency Ahmad Pami Ahmad Kasawi, the Charge of Affairs of Malaysia to the Republic of Korea. And we're joined by His Excellency Jelda Uran Karataka, the Charge of Affairs of Indonesia to the Republic of Korea. And today we're also honored to have Secretary General Kim Hae-yong of ASEAN Korea Center. And we also have Chairman Hong Kwang-hee from Korea Importers Database. And as for the last but not the least, we have the Executive Vice President Kim Tae-ho of KOTRA. And also, my special thanks goes to our online viewers and also the participants, also offline and online, for joining us today. Now, to officially start today's proceedings, we're going to welcome to the stage CEO and Chairperson Christopher Koo from Korea International Trade Association for the welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO and Chairperson with a big round of applause.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Chairperson Nam Myung-suk of the Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy joining us. On behalf of the Government of Republic of Korea, ambassadors and deputy chief in mission of 11 countries of the New Southern area, head of the representative of KOTRA and ASEAN Korea Center and Korea Southeast Asia Business Coalition. In addition, I'd like to express my gratitude to Secretary General Kim Hae-yong of ASEAN Korea Center for co-organizing ASEAN and India Week, an event for cultural exchange between Korea and ASEAN. All participants virtually joining us, welcome and thank you all for taking your valuable time. With a population of 2 billion, the ASEAN and India is young and dynamic land that is growing at the fastest rate in the world. Based on the growth of high-tech industries such as big data and ICT, entrepreneurship's fever and high economic growth, ASEAN and India is being transformed into a new business platform for companies around the world. In addition, ASEAN and Korea are working together, focusing on the exchange and cooperation, such as the economy, culture, health, and people-to-people exchange. Last year, trade between Korea and ASEAN and India reached $160 billion, and bilateral foreign investment reached $11.6 billion. Within ASEAN and India, around 860 new cooperation were established, and a total of 18,000 Korean companies are active doing business. Right before the COVID-19 pandemic, mutual visitors between Korea and ASEAN and India exceeded 13 million. To alleviate the economic shock of the COVID-19 pandemic that started last year, countries are minimizing economic hardship through government-led preemptive effort, and also they have become the partnerships. Once again, when the entrepreneurship meets with the fourth industrial revolutions, once again, the new world-class startups are coming into being. Definitely, the post-COVID era about to be unfolded is a world that no one has ever experienced before, and in business sector, new opportunities as well as risk coexist. The Republic of Korea and ASEAN and India must seize growth opportunities and create new cooperative model for co-prosperity so that we can all enjoy growth together. And we need to actively seek for that opportunities. Korea, ASEAN and India Business Week 2021, which will be held for 2 days from today, will be a meaningful time to discuss the inclusive recovery and common prosperity of Korea and the ASEAN and India post-COVID era. Korea-ASEAN-India Business Forum will be held together with the ASEAN Week, ASEAN and India Certified Online Business Meeting, VR Experience Hall, etc. We are pleased to have 4 speakers. First, to a professor including Jeffrey Sachs of the Columbia University and Professor Roberta Labellotti of University of Paris. Topics are economic innovations and industrial digital transformation, a plan to improve connectivity of startup ecosystem in ASEAN and India, edutech, and the future of jobs in Korea and ASEAN and India will present several visions to expand cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the crisis caused by COVID-19 pandemic has become a shock that shakes not only Asia but also the whole global world. In the midst of crisis, Korea and ASEAN and India are once again seeking an opportunity to take another leap forward. It is expected that this ASEAN and India Business Week will serve as a platform for Korea, ASEAN, and India future cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and CEO, for opening today's forum. And not only just by opening the forum, but all the dedication that you have put behind the scene. So thank you very much once again. Well, as he has mentioned, the new southern region is indeed the most dynamic region on Earth, and it's becoming or transforming itself as the world's hub. So it would be very important for us in order to use that given time very wisely. And now moving on, we're going to hear a congratulatory address from the economic advisor to the President, Nam Myung-suk, the chairperson of the Presidential Committee on the New Southern Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. I'm Chairman Nam Young-suk of Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy. The unprecedented pandemic has precluded many from hosting an international event, but the organizer managed to host today's meeting before the opening of the ASEAN Summit, which will be held at the end of this month. I'm very delighted. Honorable Chairman Gu Jae-yeol of South East Asia Korea Business Coalition organized this event. Honorable Secretary General Kim Hye-young of ASEAN Korean Center, who supported the hosting of the event so it can serve as a venue for culture exchange during the ASEAN Week. Thank you so much. Today's Korea-ASEAN&INDIA Business Forum will be a place where future visions for co-growth after the pandemic are sought, focusing on the continuous business cooperation between Korea, ASEAN, and India. Korea-ASEAN and India Business Week, whose title at the inception was ASEAN-Indian Business Week, now marks the 4th anniversary. Korea-ASEAN-India Business Week has evolved into a comprehensive business cooperation event embracing the value of co-growth shared between Korea, ASEAN, and India, offering a forum along with business meeting and cooperation seminars. In particular, this year's event is even more meaningful as it coincides with the ASEAN Week, which present diverse programs for more vibrant culture, people-to-people, and especially youth-to-youth exchanges. President Moon set a vision of upgrading the relation with ASEAN and India from trade and investment-oriented one into a more comprehensive cooperative one under the banner of the New Southern Policy. President Moon paid a visit to all 11 countries in the region during his term for the first time in the history of Korea. Also in 2019, celebrating the 30th anniversary of the dialogue relationship, the ASEAN Republic of Korea commemorative summit was held in Busan successfully. The New Southern Policy intends to create a community of 3 P's: people, peace, and prosperity. The first P, people-related achievement, include streamlined visa application procedures and the Treaty on Open Skies, all resulted in a freer travel between Korea and the southern countries. Also, the government scholarship programs selected more from the southern countries, and Lee Jong-ok Fellowship, which was born to generate healthcare professionals for developing countries through bachelor courses, supported the southern countries. Thanks to these vibrant exchanges, the demand for Korean language education and contents have surged. For example, 7 countries, including India, introduced a Korean language course into their official curriculum. Next P, prosperity-related achievement, include the accession to the RCEP, the conclusion of Korea-Indonesia CEPA, and the signing of Korea-Cambodia FTA, all a base to jointly safeguard the value of multilateral trade system and free trade. As a result, ASEAN and India has grown into the second largest trader to Korea, following China. Also, a business cooperation center was built in Vietnam, Indonesia, and India, and the Korean-ASEAN Startup Partnership was concluded as well. Final P, peace-related efforts include humanitarian supports, emergency assistance, and grant for the battle against the COVID-19 worth of $2 million. Korea also soon deliver vaccines directly starting from Vietnam. On the other hand, Korea gained strong support from ASEAN for the peace building on the Korean Peninsula. The pandemic has put many restrictions on our lives and economies. No one is safe until everyone is safe, said UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, meaning that to overcome the pandemic and enhance economic resilience, international community has to forge a stronger solidarity and cooperation framework. The government, to this end, will work harder to close the vaccine divide, engage in vaccine and therapy supply chain, share the experience of infection control and quarantine, and promote human-to-human exchanges and network establishment for better healthcare and vaccine development, all with ASEAN and India under the name of Healthcare and Vaccine Partnership. Also, the government will work harder for early effectuation of the RCEP expansion of the FTA network, and wider industrial technology exchanges so that global supply chains spanning Korea, ASEAN, and India can be further consolidated. Given that the relationship is already matured to some degree, the new Southern policy is going to be prosperous continuously, not to lose steam. Going forward, Korean government will remain as a partner for growth and prosperity and a reliable friend working for mutually beneficial cooperation by continuously implementing the new Southern policy and sharing the gains with ASEAN and India to the fullest. I hope that the outcome of the ASEAN and India Business Week can be a basis for the discussion of the ASEAN Summit to be held at the end of this month so that the relationship grows stronger than ever. Thank you so much for your kind listening.
Thank you very much, President and Chairperson, for your hearty congratulations. But with the capacity and also the potential that we all possess together, I believe we will be able to seek our way out of this dark tunnel. As she has mentioned, this is the 4th edition, and this is a comprehensive business gathering where we welcome exhibitions and business meetings and also forums like hosted today. And moving on, we're going to hear another congratulatory message from Secretary General Kim Hae-yong of ASEAN Korea Center. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, Chairman Gu Jae-yeol, Korea South-Southeast Asia Business Coalition, Chairperson Nam Yong-suk of the Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy, ambassadors and diplomatic corps of 10 ASEAN member countries, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome everyone, also those of you joining us virtually to the 2021 ASEAN and India Business Week. Once again, I'd like to express my sincere welcome to all of you. ASEAN and India Business Week, the flagship project of the ASEAN Korea Center, is a comprehensive cultural event that has been held annually since 2019, showing the diverse charms of the 10 ASEAN countries through photos, exhibitions, and performance. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy and Korea International Trade Association for their role and full support for the successful hosting of the event. My special gratitude also goes to the ambassadors and the embassy staff and diplomatic corps of 10 ASEAN countries in Korea for their extraordinary support bestowed on us for ASEAN and India Business Week this year. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the first thing that comes to you and your mind when you hear the word ASEAN? Angkor Wat, Luang Prabang? Or is it Sheraton Pagoda? Or Omar Ali Saifuddin Mosque? Or is it nasi goreng? Or chili crab? Or is it Auzai, batik? Or its famous and beautiful vacation destinations such as Phuket and Boracay. The historic sites, food, dishes, tourist destination I just mentioned are the aspects of ASEAN that are well known to Koreans. If you think of each place, food, clothing, you can feel the similarities among 10 ASEAN countries. Although clothing and food are different, religions and cultures are different, they blend and harmonize with each other, showing the unique charms of ASEAN. The 2021 ASEAN and India Business Week is prepared with a focus on demonstrating the harmony and unity in diversity of ASEAN. If you go to Hall C on the 3rd floor, you will see a grain of rice. Rice is a staple food both in Korea and 10 ASEAN countries. In the ASEAN logo, the 10 rows of rice in the center symbolize ASEAN member states and displays their hope for the harmonious prosperity among them. In the cultural event hall on the third floor, the theme of Rice, the basis of life in ASEAN, is the theme of exotic food from 10 ASEAN countries. Beautiful and friendly scenery and traditional and contemporary aspect through photos and lifestyle exhibition are also shown. Food event is also being aired this week on the EBS broadcasting channel. At the same time, this year's event was held in conjunction with the ASEAN and India Business Week, the New Southern Business Week, to provide a richer programs that encompasses both economic cooperation and youth exchange, in addition to culture. ASEAN and India Pavilion is established together with the Korea International Trade Association, KOTRA, and Import Association, where promising food and beverage products and consumer goods from 10 ASEAN countries and India are displayed. In addition, information on major special economic zones, industrial complex, and benefits in Southern Asia will also be provided to domestic companies considering entry into ASEAN to stimulate investment in ASEAN after COVID-19. Meanwhile, in room 403, on the fourth floor this afternoon, mentors will give special lectures so that the ASEAN international students studying in Korea can play a leading role in future for the Korea-ASEAN cooperation. These mentorship seminars will be consistent with the New Southern policy, which aims for fostering people-centered community. Ladies and gentlemen, with this event as an opportunity, the ASEAN Korea Center will develop various contents and promotional activities so that Korean and ASEAN people get to know each other more and inside their interest, although we cannot meet face to face. Once again, I'd like to express my gratitude to various partner organizations, ambassadors from 10 ASEAN and India, who have cooperated for the successful hosting of this year's ASEAN and India Business Week. I wish everyone health and success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for sharing your message for the hearty congratulations. Well, as he has mentioned, we will have to all spare our efforts together in order to, make way for the bright future. And he also have mentioned that there are lots of partners who have helped us in order to make this forum and the Business Week possible. 네, 저희가 이렇게 포럼을 진행하기까지 많은 분들
Ladies and gentlemen, and this forum has been very much helped by many stakeholders, so I think we'd like to introduce our guests more.
Introduce to you more of our distinguished guests before we begin with our forums today and to fully begin our the sessions. 네, 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. We have
Please,
Jin Hong of Korea Electronics Associations. Welcome. We also have Executive Vice Chairperson Kim Gi-jun of Korea Federation of Textile Industries. Welcome. We also have Vice Chairman Kim Myung-jung of Korea Medical Device Industry Association. And we have also Mr. Executive Director Kim Pyong-sop of Korea Federation of Banks. And as for the last, we have the Deputy Chief of Mission, Mr. Adrian Lee of the Embassy of the Republic of Singapore. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you very much. And now we're going to, before we move on to the next sessions, we're going to first make some adjustments to the stage and carry on with our sessions. So please stay tuned and we will be back to introduce to you the sessions. Thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony, and as soon as the stage is ready, we're going to begin with all the sessions. So thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you're now currently with us at Korea, ASEAN, and India Business Forum. Please fix your receivers to channel 1 for English and channel 2 for channel 2 for Korean. Well, let me remind you that all the sessions are now being live streamed in YouTube. And to briefly guide you through our proceedings today, we're going to have a keynote speech prepared by Professor Jeffrey Sachs of Columbia University, followed by 3 sessions where we have each a panel discussion. And now it's my honor to introduce to you our keynote speaker, who is an economist, a policy researcher, and also a world-renowned scholar in terms of poverty and also economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Professor Jeffrey Sachs of Columbia University, who is also nominated of the Times Magazine of 100 Most Influential World Leader. Today, he will be giving a speech under the overarching theme of our forum today. So without further ado, let us meet Professor Jeffrey Sachs to the 3.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Sachs, a university professor at Columbia University and president of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And I'm really delighted to be part of the Korea, ASEAN, and India Business Week 2021, which is meeting at an extremely important time and a very complicated time. We've just had the opening of the UN General Assembly, where all of the world's governments came together to assess our complex challenges: COVID, climate change, biodiversity, poverty, dislocation, conflicts. It was quite an array of complicated issues. And at the end of this month, there will be the G20 summit in Italy, which brings together the largest 20 economies of the world, covering about 85% of the world's population. Even before that, there will be the opening of the Biodiversity Conference in Kunming, China, which is trying to grapple with the massive upheaval in biodiversity worldwide. And then next month, we have the COP26 of the UN Convention on Climate Change. And this is the gathering to try to head off what is growing climate instability. The point, ladies and gentlemen, is that the international scene is extraordinarily complex right now because we have a mix of intense short-run crises around COVID, around the financial markets, around jitters in the bond markets, and we have very serious long-term crises that involve all of the challenges of sustainable development. And we have not had a good track record in recent years of the kind of strong global cooperation that we need in order to address these challenges. So the meeting today of Korea, ASEAN, and India, business leaders and political leaders is extremely timely, and I'm grateful to have a chance to share some of my thoughts with you. Clearly, our most immediate short-term crisis is COVID and also the financial fallout from COVID. It has really disrupted lives massively and, of course, created so much illness and death worldwide that we are reeling from this pandemic, and it's not over yet. The decisive steps we know we need comprehensive vaccine coverage for the whole world, and we need to maintain strong public health standards that even in the midst of vaccines will reduce and contain the transmission of this virus, which continues to evolve, to create new variants and to create new threats. We need a continuation of vaccines and public health measures, still taking precautions against large gatherings, still having people respect others and their safety by using face masks and physical distancing. Well, this challenge of vaccine coverage has been a big one because only a few countries produce vaccines, and we have not had a system for worldwide allocation of those vaccines at anything like the coherence, fairness, and efficiency that we need. Now, in early October 2021, the ramping up of global production of vaccines is now sufficient to enable us to have a systematic plan so that there is comprehensive coverage in all countries. India is a major vaccine producer, of course. Korea has recently declared its intention to become a major vaccine producer. ASEAN is in need of comprehensive vaccine coverage, as are other regions of the world. I would emphasize the crucial. We're aiming at a minimum of 40% of the population in every country to be fully vaccinated by the end of this year, and at least 70% of every country's population to be vaccinated by the middle of 2022. There's a lot of work to do to achieve this. At the same time, we have to protect against macroeconomic upheavals that have accompanied all of these economic dislocations. We know that in the property markets, in China, for example, there are now big unsettled concerns about levels of indebtedness and potential cascades of financial crisis from Evergrande and others rippling through the bond markets. We have been there before. In 2008, we had a global financial crisis that came from the failures of regulation and proper management of debt in the U.S. Bond markets with the failure of Lehman Brothers. We have to prevent any kind of cascading crisis, this time with ample cooperation of all of the major central banks, with the assurance of not taking precipitous actions that trigger a cascade of financial failures, as we had in the 2008 financial crisis. We need to ensure that all countries have access to adequate liquidity, all governments have access to adequate liquidity, and that we manage in a cooperative way the international financial system to prevent the kinds of crises that can emerge when cooperation fails. I'm glad that there will be a G20 meeting at the end of October. It's an occasion to ensure that all of the major central banks and all of the major economies are cooperating fully to ensure that there is no accident in the spillover of the COVID pandemic. Now, let's turn to the longer term issues, assuming and hoping that it is feasible for the world, which I think it is, to bring this crisis finally under some measure of control so that we can start looking to rebuilding after COVID, and we can start looking in a deeper and more meaningful way at the long-term crises that we must confront as well. So this is one of those moments where as soon as we're done controlling the short-term emergencies, we're going to realize again that we have several long-term crises that we have not properly attended to. So the homework's not going to stop. It's only going to increase actually in the weeks and months ahead. At the UN General Assembly in the end of September, many of these longer term issues were front and center on the agenda. There was a special meeting on the climate crisis. 2021 was another year of heat waves, droughts, floods, forest fires, extreme storms, tremendous dislocations, massive loss of lives and property, reminding us that this challenge of bringing under control the human-induced climate change is a monumental and growing task. There was a World Food System Summit reminding us of the crises of land use and the crises of our food system worldwide, with 1 billion people in acute hunger and another 2 billion people suffering from anemia and other micronutrient deficiencies, and another billion people suffering from obesity and metabolic diseases like the diabetes epidemic. We were reminded in this UN Food System Summit that we do not have a sustainable food system worldwide. And the challenges are getting worse because the environmental crises around the food sector are getting worse. And the food sector itself is a major, if not the major, contributor to these environmental crises. We had a deep discussion at the UN about the need for internet connectivity, digital connectivity, to reach all people in the world, because in the context of COVID, we had an acceleration to an online world, such as this conference. But at the same time, we had, therefore, a widening of the divide, because the world's almost divided 50-50, half and half, between the digital haves and the digital have-nots. And those who are not connected to broadband, those who do not have basic access to the internet, and that is a lot of the ASEAN region. It is still more than half of the Indian population, are finding it extraordinarily difficult to cope, not only in the pandemic, but in this fast-changing economy. So there was a tremendous amount of discussion at the UN General Assembly about the digital divide and how to close it. All of this can be put in the context of the idea of sustainable development, which is our long-term need. It is our long-term objective. Sustainable development means a world that is cooperating to achieve economic prosperity everywhere, social inclusion everywhere, no group or large numbers of individuals left behind, and environmental sustainability that addresses the multiple crises of climate change, loss of biodiversity, pollution, and emerging diseases. We need that holistic framework, and it's a challenging one. It goes well beyond what governments are normally able to do and normally focused on, and it requires a degree of international cooperation that is absolutely unprecedented, because these challenges of sustainable development cannot be met by any country alone, and they cannot be achieved in a world of geopolitical crisis. I think that we can think about this whole large package of challenges by focusing on the 6 major transformations that our societies need in order to achieve sustainable development, in order to achieve the future we want. The first transformation is that we need a world in which everybody has the skills to cope in the 21st century and the skills to find decent work, decent jobs in the 21st century. That's why in the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 4 calls for universal access to quality education for everybody, and especially calling for completion of at least a secondary school education, but with a large proportion of young people continuing on for advanced skills and higher education. And we have a long way to go in India, in ASEAN, in other parts of the world to achieve that universal attainment of at least an upper secondary education and more. It is, I would say, the number one path to economic development and to social stability for any country. Focus on education and use new technologies, online education especially, in order to reach young people who otherwise would not be able to be in a school. And also to reach adults who left school young, are not literate, or are not with the skills that they need to find decent employment, and use connectivity to help them to achieve the education that they need as well. So that's transformation number 1, is skills for all. Transformation number 2 is access to health for all. The pandemic has been a horrific experience, also showing the deep divides between the healthcare haves and the healthcare have-nots. And millions of people have died because they could not get access to basic health coverage. Our health systems have been chronically underinvested. We have not built and trained the cadres of community health workers, of outreach, of telemedicine, of local clinics, in order to be able to address the health challenges that we have even in a normal time, much less in a pandemic. And our public health systems, meaning the systems of surveillance against disease, the ability to test people for infection, the ability to isolate people who are infected before they can infect others. All of those basic public health systems have been deficient in most countries. And the result has been, of course, the horrific upheaval of COVID-19, which continues to have its surges and continues to spread new and dangerous variants. That's why we need to upscale our capacities in public health, in healthcare delivery, in public awareness, and again, in using new technologies like digital telemedicine in order to address these health needs. This is a time for scaled up investments. The third major transformation that I would emphasize is the great transformation in our energy system and industry. We have to stop human-induced climate change before it is utterly devastating. And India and the ASEAN region and Korea and every part of the world are extraordinarily vulnerable to the warming, the change of hydrology, the storms, the typhoons and hurricanes, the rising sea levels that are coming with the human-induced climate change. We know what to do, but some don't want to do it. We must stop any new coal-fired power plants. We must stop any new investments in exploration and development of oil and gas. And we must invest all of our energy resources to a zero carbon energy system of the future. Wind and solar and hydro and geothermal and ocean energy, clean zero carbon energy. We will have to electrify all transport, including shifting from internal combustion engine automobiles and motorcycles and other vehicles to electric. We will have to introduce a hydrogen green fuel economy alongside electrification, because we're going to need hydrogen in steel making, we're going to need hydrogen in ocean shipping, we're going to need hydrogen in other metallurgy sectors. In short, we're going to need green energy, hydrogen produced in a zero carbon way. For example, using zero carbon power in order to fuel the parts of the economy that cannot be directly electrified. There's no time left to delay on this transformation. That's why 1 month from now, when all governments meet at Glasgow for COP26 of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, every country should be committed to net zero by 2050 at the latest. And this is extremely important for a great, large, and growing economy like India to be part of this commitment, because there's hardly a place on the planet more vulnerable to the global climate change than India itself, a country that already faces 45 or even 50 degrees C days in the scorching high temperatures and the new records that are being set by this ferocious process of global warming. So I hope that this meeting can reinforce that transformation that's needed. The fourth transformation that I want to emphasize is related to the climate change. It is the land use transformation. We have, as the world population has expanded from around 1 billion people 200 years ago to 8 billion people today, we have expanded our farmlands, our pasture lands, our forest plantations, so much that humanity has overrun nature and has confiscated, in effect, or destroyed the habitat of millions of other species. We're driving other species into extinction. And we need to end that recklessness. That's why the UN Convention on Biological Diversity was adopted in 1992. That's why our governments are meeting in just a couple of weeks to open what's called COP15, Conference of the Parties' 15th meeting of the Convention on Biological Diversity, which will start in Kunming, China in October and then continue next spring, hopefully under lower COVID conditions so that people can attend in person this crucial meeting. But what it calls for is sustainable land use, higher precision agriculture, and vastly greater attention to protecting forests, mangroves, coastal areas, scarce water aquifers, fresh water in rivers and lakes than we have been doing. Just like with climate change, we're on a verge of catastrophe unless we take seriously the protection of biodiversity. The fifth major transformation is the mass urbanization that continues. India alone is expected to increase the urban population between 2020 and 2050 by around 400 million people. The estimate is that India's urban population will go from about 500 million now to about 900 million by 2050. That's a monumental increase of urban population, and it will require a massive upgrading of urban infrastructure and massive upgrading of public transport. We cannot live on cities choked by individual automobiles. We need mass transit. We need people walking. We need green areas in the cities. We need to design the cities for a new digital age. So we have a big challenge of urbanization, an increment of roughly 400 million people coming into India's cities and another 200 million people coming into ASEAN cities just in the next 28 years, basically. So that's the fifth transformation. And the sixth is to use our digital technologies to full force. I'm excited by the rapid extent of uptake of connectivity in India in recent years. Geo and others have enabled a massive increase of connectivity. Now, very low cost broadband access is on the way. This is extremely important because if India and ASEAN can achieve what Korea already has, which is mass broadband access, think of the services that can be brought with this universal broadband access: telemedicine, e-education, e-payments, of course, e-governance for licenses, for transfer payments. Of course, these are already underway, but not with the coverage that we need. And so the sixth transformation is to end the digital divide and to ensure universal access to digital services. So these six transformations: skills, health, zero carbon energy, sustainable land use, sustainable cities, and the digital revolution, to my mind, define the pathway to sustainable development. And it is sustainable development that we desperately need in the world in order to have the kind of world that we are yearning for: a world that is fair, a world that is prosperous, a world that is not beset by endless and chronic conflicts. Let me close with one core point. To achieve all of this, it's necessary for governments to cooperate. And that's why I'm especially glad that I'm able to speak to a conference that brings together Korea, ASEAN, and India. This is a group of 2 billion people, the 12 countries in this year's business forum. 2 billion people is 1/4 of the world population, 660 million people in ASEAN, and 1.4 billion people in India. And with Korea, this is a major part of the world. This cooperation is essential. Sharing technologies, expanding markets, integrating renewable energy, protecting biodiversity together. Europe gives a good role model for this because Europe has adopted a European Green Deal that brings together the 27 members of the European Union. I have urged ASEAN to have an ASEAN Green Deal the same way, one that would take these major transformations and make them the focus of cooperation among the 10 ASEAN countries. And we need the voice of all countries together also to say we need fairness in finance. We need macroeconomic cooperation. We need access to capital on favorable terms. We need our multilateral development banks like the Asian Development Bank or the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank or the New Development Bank of the BRICS countries to be expanding their loan portfolios and helping to finance this pathway to sustainable development. I am very much against blocks of one bloc against another, alliances against others. I'm very much against the tensions between the US and China because I think we need cooperation between the US and China and India and ASEAN and Korea and Japan and other parts of the world. I am a big fan of RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which of course is China, Japan, Korea, ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand, and I hope that India would join RCEP as well, because that would make for a tremendous span of cooperation that would really transform the world. Let me thank you so much for the invitation to be with you. Please let us focus on ending this pandemic and on mobilizing the cooperation and the finances and the technology so that we can build the future that we want. Thank you very much, and all best wishes on this important conference.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, for the keynote speech. Well, we were able to visualize how we can sort our way out of this pandemic. And as this pandemic is now going to an end, let us use all the resources that we have and in order for us to look towards a future that we all want. And now we're going to move on to the first session entitled Economic Innovation and Industrial Digital Transformation in India and also in ASEAN. Well, as everybody knows, the shockwaves of COVID-19 has upended everybody's daily lives, and especially the converged system of the fourth industrial revolution is having a high impact. Well, how is it going to impact the consumers and the companies? We're going to welcome the specialists to join us online and offline to share their views. Well, as the speaker, we have Professor Roberta Rabelotti at the University of Pavia in Italy. And we have moderator Professor Shin Kwang-sop, the Dean at Graduate School of Logistics, Incheon National University. And as panelists, we have Research Fellow Kwak Sung-il, Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. And we also have Director Solomon Moose of Eurasio Investment Partners Asia based in Seoul. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome them with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kwang-sop Shin. I'm Dean and Professor of Incheon National University. Let me introduce two panelists and one presenter, Professor Roberta Rabelotti. She is connected here right now. And here's we have Director Solomon Moose and Dr. Sung-il Kwak. You can find the brief introduction of all participants of this session and on the brochure, so please understand us to skip the very detailed introduction of all participants. Let me introduce how to proceed this session. The title of this session is Economic Innovation and Industrial Digital Transformation in ASEAN and India. For the smooth process of this session, we will watch the 15 minutes movie clips which will be presented by Dr. Roberta Roberti. And then two panelists will give us short insight they found from the presentation. And then we will discuss several things together. For the smooth process of this session, from now I will lead this session in Korean. Please understand us. Okay, we will watch the movie clips recorded by Roberta Labellotti. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here today to share with you some of my research, and I would like to thank you very much, the organizers of this conference, for inviting me. The topic of my presentation today is innovation in global information technology value chains. And I would like, first of all, to introduce the importance of global value chains. Then I will discuss about innovation in global value chains, presenting you an empirical study on the information technology value chain. Then I will discuss some of the implications of the digital transformation on global value chains and on some changes taking place in global value chains. And I will end my talk with some implication for ASEAN, India, and also for Korea. So let me start from global value chains. Global value chain is a model of organizing production based on firms specializing in specific tasks with a production process distributed across different countries in the world. And this model of organizing production has characterized the evolution of the global economy during the last 3 decades. As you can see in the graph on the right-hand side, GVC trade has been increasing quite steadily since 2008. And then, after the financial crisis, has remained stable, with some negative impact recently due to the increase in protectionism and the outbreak of COVID-19. But nevertheless, still 1/3 of world trade is related to global value chain today. So let me come to discuss innovation in global value chains. What we can say is that integration in global value chains offers remarkable opportunities for international task specialization and for accessing key knowledge and technology. And this is particularly relevant for emerging countries. Nevertheless, it's still unclear whether and under which circumstances countries and firms involved in global value chains are able to acquire and improve their innovative capacity. So in order to discuss this association, this relation between global value chain and innovation, I would like to present you an empirical study I just published with some colleagues about the building up of innovative capacity in the information technology global value chains. This empirical study is based on a sample of 35 countries, including India, Korea, and some Asian countries, such as Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. So in this study, we focus on the information technology industry, and we distinguish between the hardware part and the software information technology industry. And both of these industries are highly innovative and deeply influenced by GVC trade. Regarding innovation, we can notice that about 30% of R&D investment by the top R&D investing companies globally are performed in the IT industry. And regarding GVC participation, you can see in the graph that hardware is very much involved in GVC, although the participation in GVC has decreased in the period that we have considered, so from 2005 to 2015. While software is less involved in GVC, but its participation in GVC trade has increased during the same period. So based on this empirical study, we have identified 4 trajectories combining GVC participation with innovative capacity. The first trajectory is a trajectory in which countries are deepening their GVC participation and at the same time are strengthening their relative innovative capacity. The second trajectory is a trajectory in which countries are delinking from GVC participation and at the same time they are improving their innovative capacity. The third trajectory is a trajectory in which countries are deepening participation in GVC, but weakening their innovative capacity. And the final fourth trajectory is a trajectory in which countries are at the same time delinking from GVC and weakening their innovative capacity. So based on this fourth trajectory, we have run a cluster analysis and identify in which trajectory all the different countries in our sample are identifying. So here is a presentation of all the different countries and the different trajectory. And I just would like to, and I circled the countries of our interest, so Korea, India, and the 4 ASEAN countries. Just to note, for instance, we can see that Korea is following trajectory number 2 in the case of hardware. So this means that Korea is delinking, so is decreasing its participation in GVC, but at the same time is strengthening its innovative capacity. While in the case of software, so the table in the bottom part of the slide, we can see that both Korea and Singapore are following trajectory number 1, so a trajectory in which countries are increasing their participation in GVC and at the same time are improving their innovative capacity. So let me come to a summary of the empirical result of this study. Let me start from hardware. In the case of hardware, what we have found is that an increased innovative capacity tend to be associated with a decreased GVC participation. This is, for instance, the case I've just shown you of Korea, which is at the same time delinking from GVC and strengthening innovative capacity. So why is that? We have explained this with increasing codification of knowledge in this particular industry, which allow to separate production from innovation. And I would like also to notice that in this particular industry, there are many countries, and the case in point is Vietnam. Vietnam is not included in our sample, but I did some previous work on Vietnam on behalf of OECD. And a case in point is Vietnam, because Vietnam is a country which has increased dramatically its participation in GVC. It has become one of the main manufacturing hub, in particular for the mobile phone industry. And Korea has many investment in Vietnam, but notwithstanding this increasing participation in the GVC, its innovative capacity has not increased so much. And in fact, if we take as an example the case of Samsung, Samsung is producing in Vietnam the large majority of its mobile phones, but only very few provider of key technological components to Samsung are from Vietnam, so are domestic providers. So this is a clear example of increasing participation in GVC without much increasing in terms of innovative capacity. Let me now go to software. The case of software is quite different because the strengthening of innovative capacity is associated with increased participation in GVC. So this is the case of the T1 trajectory, in which countries are deepening in GVC and strengthening their innovative capacity. And is the case, for instance, of Korea and Singapore. And this is due to the fact that in the case of software, there is still a very strong need of interaction between user and producer for innovation in this sector. And the last interesting result I would like to point your attention to is the existence of very important synergies between hardware and software. So there are some countries, and Korea is an example, which appear to be dynamic in both sectors. So somehow we can say that dynamism in hardware is fostering the dynamism in software and vice versa. Let me now come to the second topic I would like to discuss today, which is the impact of digital transformation on GVC. And here I would like to draw your attention to two main phenomena. The first one is automation. So the incorporation of new disruptive technologies in the manufacturing process. So for instance, in the case of large-scale operation, the introduction of robotics, or in the case of niche manufacturing, the introduction of additive manufacturing. And also the introduction of this new disruptive technology in services. What are the consequences of automation in GVC? First of all, the first consequence is that with the substitution of labor with capital, there is a clear impact on the geography of chains. So the geography of chains is changing. A second important consequence is a phenomenon of reshoring, which is still highly heterogeneous across industries and activities. And the final consequence is that this automation is affecting not only manufacturing jobs, but also jobs in service and also low and high-tech jobs. The second phenomenon I would like to mention is servicification. Servicification means increased role of services in manufacturing and the development of new service activities. So for instance, we can think about not so much anymore an automotive GVC, but rather a mobility GVC, in which there is, of course, the manufacturing of cars, but there are also services such as car sharing or Uber-like services. So what is the consequence of servicification on GVC? The first consequence is that there is an increased value of knowledge-intensive services, which become a new GVC stage where ownership of data is key. And the second important consequence is that GVC are becoming highly polarized between high value-added knowledge and data-intensive services, typically internalized by lead M&Es. And at the same time, there are many fragmented offshore and outsource low value-added activities. So there is an increase in polarization within GVC. So let me come to the conclusion and to the implication for ASEAN, India, and Korea. First of all, for Korea and for the most advanced ASEAN countries, they are facing a twofold challenge within GVC. Because on the one hand, they are facing a challenge from lower cost countries, which are rapidly increasing their technological capability, and this may put at risk their manufacturing strong base. On the other hand, from advanced countries, they are facing a risk because somehow some other advanced countries in Europe or even in Asia or the US have been faster in taking advantage of Industry 4.0, of increased automation and servicification. But Korea and ASEAN have tremendous opportunities to turn their manufacturing strength in technological leadership. But we need to emphasize that the window of opportunity is short and competitors are moving rapidly. For what concerns India, India is well positioned to capture the IT service opportunity, given its high share of very good talent, but is still struggling in moving from delivering standard services to more cutting-edge technology and increased R&D. As a whole, we need to conclude saying that investment in digital skills, capability, and infrastructure are key to avoid increasing inequalities within and between countries. So I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the panel. Sorry, I don't understand you.
Thank you very much, Professor Roberti. 말씀드린 대로
As I said before, we will first give the floor to the panelists and do the discussion together. Director Solomon Moose, you can make a comment first.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Shin, for moderating this panel, and to Professor Roberta Ravelotti for this very insightful presentation, and for also being up so early in Europe and being able to join this through video. And we're welcome to also Mr. Kwak for being able to be here, and especially a very, very strong thank you to all the organizers and to Kita for this invitation. As you mentioned, my name is Mr. Solomon Moss, so I'm heading the activity here for Eurazeo. We're a private equity fund, and it's true that Asia and Korea are some of the key places where we see an incredible dynamism and innovation happening. Maybe just a few words, I think, on this presentation and what my thoughts were. Definitely, it's very interesting to see this shift in the world happening on the global value chain, starting from, I believe, the decoupling that the US and the China were really actively trying to do. But the COVID, like many different sectors and trends, in fact, has been an accelerator for this potential decoupling or delinking. So it's very interesting to see also how on the hardware and on the software, the proportion and the evolution is also changing. We see that Asia and the ASEAN and India have an incredible role to take. First of all, from the step back of China, who is a very, very important actor on the world stage and for the past decades. We have seen Vietnam winning some shares in the markets and winning a very interesting positioning there, taking over some of China's previous operations. But we also see in Thailand trying to become a huge hub for car manufacturing, Singapore on the high end, and I find it amazing to see also Hyundai, for example, opening an innovation center in partnership with the Nanyang Technology University in Singapore, and to create these smart factories to use and leverage the incredible talents that are present in the ASEAN countries and India including. And this is something I believe will continue to grow. It's true that we are at a specific point in time where there will probably be more delinking. There will also be a different type of global value chain system from the software, which is taking more and more an important presence, to equally the hardware side, which still needs to keep being active. But it will be done probably in a different way and hand in hand with the software parts, so more specifically the digitalization of it. So again, this was very insightful to see this presentation and hear the thoughts. I believe that the quadrants of those 4 different paths for the different countries is a very interesting way and research that has been done, and I believe there's been a lot of efforts done by Professor Rabelotti as well as all the teams to carry this out. But it's a very strong data to be able to use and be able to better understand the challenges, but also the opportunities, which is more important for where we're going in this new, I would say, system of the global value chain. I'll stop just there, and then happy to also contribute more with some questions.
네, 지사님 감사드립니다. 아마
Thank you so much for your remark. You said the importance of the human resource and also digital transformation needs to happen in hardware and software at the same time, but at different speed, which is natural course of action. And Professor Roberta Labelotti also said about the future direction of hardware and the direction of software, which happens at a different speed.
예,
Yes.
네, thank you. 네, 그러면 곽성일 박사님 모시.
So next discussant is Mr. Kwok. Please, Annie. Hello, everyone. I'm from the Institute for International Economic Policy. Thank you so much for your invitation. And Professor Shin summarized everything perfectly, so I don't think that I don't need to say much. So I'm mostly focusing on an Southeast Asian region, so please allow me to make some comments from the perspective of Southeast Asian region, and I think that's why I was invited to here. So thank you, Professor Roberta Labelotti. You gave us a lot of insights, and
이게 뭐냐면
What I felt is that, first of all, GVC could be different from industry to industry. Of course, you focus your research on software and hardware, but when we expand to different industry, definitely we can identify different trajectories. And also, I believe that the trajectory could be very different among the industries. And when you take a perspective of the ASEAN, once again, countries differ from country to country in terms of the development stage, which means that the participation level of the GVC could be very different. And you emphasize the importance of the innovations, also innovative capacity is very different from country to country. So these are the areas that we need to ponder upon. And I believe that, Professor, you try to understand the causal, not causal effect, but once again, the very close linkage between the innovations and the overhaul fact. But I guess in order to understand that, we need to understand not only the 10 ASEAN countries, but India, we have to understand the characteristic of these countries and also their capacity. And by understanding that, definitely we can come up with a new future policy or directions.
네, 감사합니다.
thank you so much for your input. I don't need to summarize further because you summarized fantastically already. And before I came here, I was sad that I can take off my mask here on the stage. So if you want, you can take off your mask. So thanks so much for your input to panel's members, and thank you, Professor Roberta Labelotti. And like I said before at the beginning, I'm an expert in the field of logistics, as I'm a dean in the School of Logistics. I have very much interest in the logistic industry of Asia especially. So for the last 1.5 years, I was in Bangkok, Thailand, to study the logistics of the Southeast Asia region. And supply chain management is one of my key topic area. Supply chain and global supply chain are somewhat used interchangeably sometimes. As far as I know, digital transformation driven by fourth industrial revolution hugely influenced on the global supply chain, and network itself is being transformed in all aspects, I believe. And that kind of process has been analyzed at the macro level by Professor Roberta Labelotti, and thank you so much for that. And I believe that I will make some comment later on that. Roberta Labelotti professor is the professor of the non-engineering field, and I'm the field of the engineering field. So I believe that Professor Roberta looked at this issue from the perspective of macroeconomy, so much diverse view could be shared. So this has been the summary of the presentation, and I'd like to ask you if you have any questions on this topic so that we can have more in-depth discussion. Do you have any questions to each other? Please, any one or two.
Do you have any question? Nope, not at all. We have 30 minutes, 20 minutes left. 곽 박사님 혹시?
Professor Quark, maybe you can start first. You explained it so very well, so I don't think that there should be questions, but let me ask just one question. Before I came here, I had a chance to talk about the global value chain in Asia, and I looked into the data from the perspective of economics. And it was very interesting because the GVC in each region are different depending on the level of industrial development and technology development. For example, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos has very good connection between front and back end industries from 2019 to 2019. So back end, front end industry improved continuously. On the other hand, in case of Malaysia or Indonesia, that kind of connection has been kind of reduced. But in case of China, for example, Vietnam, Cambodia has very good in terms of improvement of front and back end industries because huge investment was made in Vietnam and global value chain has been enhanced in Vietnam in this case. But the businesses, what about the businesses and services? Singapore is the country who improved both business and service from back end and front end. But for manufacturing, Singapore has saw the reduction of the industry. So GBC participation has been somewhat very different in each region. So like I said before, each country has different characteristics and features. And the question here was that how to create a data out of it. So maybe we need to see the different direction of each region. So I'd like to ask a question if my interpretation of the data is correct or not.
Professor Roberta, I wonder if you understood the question. Can you answer that question?
Is it okay to answer this question?
Hello?
Is it clear? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, it's a bit difficult to be here and understand when I have to come into the debate. Yeah, no, thank you very much indeed for, all your comments, which I think they are all very, very relevant. And I'm very happy that, our studies has generated so much interest. And yes, I think I can comment on this question in particular, but also on some on the insights which were presented in the previous comments. I think that something we need to take into account is exactly the way in which countries participate in global value chains, because in particular in the region in which we are focused on in ASEAN, and also if we take Korea, the way of participating in value chain is very different, and this has clearly an impact on the economic development of the country. So I think the example of Vietnam, which was mentioned before, is a very, very interesting case to analyze a bit deeper, because Vietnam, which by the way was not included in our sample, but I had the opportunity to study Vietnam and also to visit Vietnam just before the COVID pandemic started with the OECD, because we were there on a mission. And we were, one of the issue we were investigating was exactly the involvement of Vietnam in GVC. And clearly Vietnam, which was already quite involved in GVC, in the most recent time, also due to some disinvestment of the US in China, has become to attract even more foreign direct investment. I mean, I'm sure that all of you know the incredible amount of investment that Korean companies have in Vietnam, Samsung and the other Korean companies. So the involvement of Vietnam is really impressive, and this has had on a country a clear positive impact in terms of economic development, jobs creation, a lot of rural population going out from poverty. So very positive result. But when we come to investigate this relationship, which, as was noted, is not a casual relationship, but it's just an association between innovation and GVC, more from the micro point of view. In the case of Vietnam, what we found is that there is very little innovation, domestic innovation in Vietnam. And this is because in most of the cases, the multinational coming to Vietnam mainly for opening production plants. So Vietnam is really specializing in the assembly phase. They bring with them their international suppliers. So if you take the case of Samsung, Samsung has brought to Vietnam all the international suppliers. So if we go and see how many Vietnamese suppliers are to Samsung, we found really, we have been able to find maybe not more than a dozen of suppliers, over several hundred. And most of these suppliers are supplying not really key technological input. And this is, of course, a problem in terms of economic development, because it means that so far domestic companies in Vietnam have not been able to take advantage of any kind of involvement in global value chain, apart from very simple technology, or very simple, even in terms of services, the kind of services supplied to multinational are really the very basic one. And Vietnam has in place a policy for improving this connection, these business linkages, but this policy has not worked so far. So here really we need, and I think that somehow this situation which I have described for Vietnam is applying to other countries in the region too. So I think that there is a need for a very complex policy, which is not only the simple incentive to connection between multinational and domestic suppliers, but is also the improvement of the education, of the skill of the population, the creation of some mechanism for matchmaking between domestic suppliers and multinationals. So the creation of what we can call a business ecosystem, which is more favorable for the creation of these business linkages. Because I think that ASEAN countries, which tend to have a very good, a very educated labor force, they should aim at a position in value chain which is not only assembly, but which is more in higher value added phase of the value chain. I don't know if I have answered to the question, but I think really thank you very much, because I think that all your comments were very, very relevant for my work.
네, 감사드립니다.
Thank you so much for your answer. I believe that Professor Kwok says that software and hardware are all combined to create a connection between front-end industries and back-end industries. And like you said before, you focus on the hardware and software part. So I think the patterns of each industry could be somewhat different to each other. Professor,
Thank you again in very, very interesting comments and explanations on this. It's true that on my side and on our firm's side, we are a bit biased on the innovation. Our role is to back innovation. And this is what we do in Europe, and we've done this for many years. And what we are looking in ASEAN, also as in Korea. And what we are seeing in this terms of innovation is what we call really this digital transformation, or even to be stronger, this digital revolution. We're, for example, one of the backers of Grab, and Grab is for us an example of super platform becoming something more than just an app that people use, but becoming part of the global value chain also locally. And we view this even more as an international angle down the road, if it's not already the case. And so what is incredible in this part of the world is the innovation which is coming out. We have a very massive population. I mean, as Professor Sachs also mentioned, it's 1/4 of the world when we include India, ASEAN, and Korea. But there's still a lot to do in terms of investments. And maybe this is the angle of the question I had regarding, first of all, the full digital infrastructure investment that needs to be made. And it's true that when we think of ASEAN, we think of it as one block, but there are many differences in terms of, let's say, the quality of the service they can provide, as the basic force can vary between the different countries. And I'm thinking, for example, of when we compare Singapore to maybe Indonesia or Vietnam, they're not going to be the same key parts that they're going to be bringing to this global value chain. So when we're talking about investments, and when we're talking about potentially more foreign investment also coming from the multinationals or from investment groups such as us, my question is, are we going to be able to have a homogeneous investment and development of the ASEAN ecosystem, the bloc, or will this be disparate or with discrepancies? I think that, and this was again highlighted by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, inclusiveness is one of the key parts, as well as sustainability. And inclusiveness is also including the digital and the access. And so one of the questions is, and to make it more precise, do you see, and this is maybe for Professor Barberotti, but I would be very happy to have your insights, do you see a risk to have, in fact, different developments within those ASEAN countries, which at the end of the day might have a hindrance for the bloc in itself, in this global value chain, new system or world we're seeing? So I'll stop there. Thank you very much. It's a hard question.
네, 상당히
that was quite a challenging question. So I think we need to talk over and over until the very end of this night, I think.
from Solomon Moose. Do you think there is a distinctive risk in this market?
Sorry, are you asking me? Yes.
Yeah, both of us.
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. No, I think this question is indeed a very difficult one, and is even more difficult for me, given that I'm not an expert on ASEAN. So I think that you will be more competent than me to answer the question. But I can say something, and I think that the digital infrastructure is of course critical, and I clearly, as far as I know, ASEAN countries are at the very different level of development and very different level of development of their digital infrastructure. So from this point of view, I expect that differences will remain at least in the short and medium term. But I also believe that another area in which ASEAN countries, as well as other countries in the region, but this is also true for Europe, definitely, is the investment in human capital, and specifically the investment in digital skills. From this point of view, maybe ASEAN countries tend to be in a kind of advantageous position, because ASEAN countries have a very young population, and so we know that young people tend to be naturally more closer to digital technologies. But as far as I know, also, for instance, from my experience in Vietnam, which maybe is the country I know more in the region, still there is a need for adapting education to some specific digital skills. So, investment in education to make education more updated and to adapt the educational system. This is something that probably is very important for all ASEAN countries. And then I will go back again to this to the importance of ecosystem. So to build up an ecosystem, a business ecosystem which is favorable for the digital transformation, which somehow, for instance, for what I also had the opportunity to visit and to study a little bit Korea. For instance, Korea is a country which has a wonderful business ecosystem, has a very well developed digital infrastructure. But for instance, in an ecosystem like the Korean one, there is limited space for small and medium enterprises. So, and from this point of view, I think that from the point of view of digital transformation, the role of small and medium enterprises is key. So we need to have a favorable ecosystem, but we need to have a favorable ecosystem which is very inclusive, as was said before. So space for large firms, but also space for smaller and medium firms, university, research institution, and all these different actors need to be to be able to collaborate. And again, for instance, Korea has a wonderful innovation system, but sometimes the attitude towards cooperation among the different actors is not so well developed. But for the digital transformation, this is very important. And so I think also in a country like Korea, which is very well advanced, still there are areas in which something can be done, and if it will be done, will really put this country, which have a very strong manufacturing capacity, will open the opportunities to take full advantage of the digital transformation.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. We got 3 minutes left. If you all agree, I will summarize all the session.
한마디만
네.
마무리하겠습니다.
Please allow me to make just one comment regarding the question that was just raised by Director Solomon Moose. So I believe that there are different level of development among countries. Of course, there is a development gap. That's why they created ASEAN community for further cooperation and to invite more investment, like they create a single window and improve the connection in terms of infrastructure. What I want to say is that the development gap exists, so they recognize it. And the question is that how to harmonize those different countries into a single window, because the development gap can be seen as an example from our perspective, I believe. And because Vietnam is less developed, we can create a manufacturing base. If they are developed as much as Korea, we don't need to go there. If Singaporean lives like the other countries, we don't need to create an ASEAN community. So that kind of development gap must be first recognized and accepted. And the question is how to create a prosperous environment by having that kind of development gap. We need to think about it from now, I think.
감사합니다. 예, 제가 1분밖에
So, like I said, we only have 1 minute, so please allow me to wrap up here and add some comment. Lastly, so I believe that the basic requirement for innovation is acceptance. So that's why the role of school is very critical. And like I said, I visited Vietnam and many other Southeast Asian countries, and they all have commonalities in two. For example, in the past, Korea had an IT boom, producing a huge amount of IT experts, and based on such human resources, we have been able to accept the fourth industrial revolution without any problems, thanks to such human resources. In Vietnam, Thailand, likewise, have very great demand for IT technologies, and in school they learn coding or computing programs, as far as I know, at the official curriculum. And young people are observing those IT technologies so faster than before, so development gap will be narrow and narrower as time goes by, much faster than before. And also global supply chain will change in a shorter period of time. So loosely coupled supply chain will be continuously created, and companies and countries need to have a capability to respond to that fast-changing environment. That is critical for nations. So that's why we need to create a digital platform where countries and companies, regardless of nationality, can join and create services continuously in a corporate manner, and we can have very good communication on this platform as well. Of course, education, service platform, those are important, but key here is create a common platform for everyone. So that was my summary of the session. Thank you so much for your active participation. And as a moderator, I was very relieved to see that active participation.
I really appreciate your heart and discussion.
감사합니다.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Liberty. I really appreciate your very great presentation and discussion. I hope we can meet next time and we can discuss about this topic sooner or later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I hope next time I will be able to be there in presence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 네, 이번 세션에 참여해주신 플로어에 계신 분들.
So thank you so much for your kind participation, both online and offline participant. This concludes the first session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, this is the end of the first session. And before we move on to the second session, we're going to have a short break. At 4 o'clock, we will be beginning the second session. So please stay tuned and we will see you all once again at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much. Welcome back to Korea, ASEAN, and India Business Forum. All the sessions are currently being live streamed through YouTube. Well, now it's time for us to begin the second session under the title of A Plan to Improve the Connectivity of Startup Ecosystems in ASEAN and India. Well, at this session, we will be able to seek ways to make synergies between the ASEAN countries in order to foster and operate an effective startup ecosystem. And we will be also highlighting the importance between the businesses and the universities partnership. And now to introduce to you our specialists of the second session, we have speaker Rishi Kapal, the Global EdTech Accelerator. And we also have the moderator, Managing Director Yoon Jong-young at AI Yangjae Hub and Professor in Graduate School of Software Technology at Kookmin University. And as panelists, we'll have partner Michael Lintz at the Singapore-based venture capital firm Golden Gates Ventures, and also CEO Sua Lee of S-Lab Asia Incorporation. Now, please welcome them with a big round of applause.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Jong Yoon. Actually, we will just start with Rishi's presentation. Rishi, are you ready? I think he's recorded. So let's begin with Rishi's presentation, and we'll do a Q&A and discussion later, right?
Welcome dignitaries and participants to the Korea-ASEAN and India Business Week 2021. It is a major milestone in the regional cooperation between these three illustrious ecosystems. And my name is Rishi Kapal, and I'm here to talk about enhancing the startups and innovations connectivity between the region. My presentation is named Power Partnership because while I believe we all have been in 3 decades of partnership already, it is time to give it the required impetus and power where our regional cooperation can move to the next level and impact the world in a positive way. For the last 28 years, I have been working across multiple industries, leading companies like Sony, Qualcomm, Castrol, and Ericsson. But specifically in the last 8 years, I have been blessed to work with startups across the world, and the stories of a lot of those startups, how they collaborated with each other, how they practiced innovations between regions, was published in a book titled Kites in a Hurricane. And it also gave me the energy and enthusiasm to ensure that I'm able to work with potential partners to increase the success rate of startups. And that is something which I'm going to discuss in detail with all of you today. I begin my talk by mentioning 2 words, which are leadership and leverage. While the year 2022 is a milestone year in the ASEAN-India friendship and being celebrated as the 30th anniversary for the collaboration, I fundamentally believe that the time has come for the India-Korean-ASEAN relationship to be able to impact the global landscapes. And that is where not just the leverage of our ecosystems, the leadership ability between all the partners will become very, very relevant and very, very important. Let's talk about the topic on which I'm going to spend most of my time today, enhancing startups connectivity. And in the last 2 years, we all know something unprecedented happened, and that is COVID-19. While we all would have faced our challenges personally and professionally, however, what it did to the economies was that it accelerated rapid digitalization in all parts of our daily lives. And since digital is a common language across regions, it becomes very, very important for all of us between India, Korea, and ASEAN to ensure that we are able to strengthen this link of leveraging technology for problem solving across the startup ecosystem. If I look at the top 5 or 6 areas of collaboration between technologies and startups in our region, education technology, e-commerce, e-health, entertainment, which also includes OTT platforms as well as gaming, and essential services like banking, power, and telecom, to name a few, are relevant to every region, including our 3 regions. And if there is a collaboration between startups and connectivity between these ecosystems in these domains to begin with, it can impact everyone who's just come into the world to someone who's seen the world for a long period of time. So thematically, these 5 or 6 sectors have actually become the fulcrum of startups connectivity, which will be essential for our potential region between Korea, ASEAN, and India to also take this to the next level together. What I have experienced in the last 7 to 8 years is that all the startups are not looking to go out and just ask for funding. Many of them need regional cooperation in multiple other domains. So this is a myth which I have been also trying to demystify over a lot of period of time, that we should not restrict ourselves to only give funding opportunities between regions to startups. We should first help them with strategy. So from a strategy perspective, how are they able to take an idea to actually launch a product in the regional market? If they have been able to launch a product in the regional market and they have been able to generate little revenue, how can they get steady revenue of growth where they are able to develop more employment for people in the global markets? And if they are able to bring the product to the market, grow it to steady revenues, then they need the money to ensure that they can become 100x or 200x with global and regional collaboration. And all of us in our regions have ecosystems of strategy, have ecosystems of growth, and have ecosystems of funding. What it needs is a multiplier effect, and the multiplier effect is regional connectivity. So if this is a seamless engagement between the region, where the startups can go to for strategy to the best practitioners between our regions, they can look at growth of revenues and approaching various business houses between the regions, and then go to consortiums of funds which are impacting the Korean, ASEAN, and the Indian region. The regional connectivity can make them global players in no uncertain times. So the fundamental of startup connectivity, in my opinion, does not start with giving them money. It starts with ensuring that their vision of the product or service comes to, ensuring that the markets are able to respect and pay money for their products and services, and the regional connectivity gives them the confidence, financial as well as psychological, that there is a large ecosystem which is working in their favor with an intent to make them successful in life. So let's look at a few capstones, and why I mention them as capstones is because they are milestones which we should keep in our consideration. Every alliance that comes to life ultimately gets measured by what impact did it have for the future. So that is why if we are able to bring a few capstones and ensure that we are able to regionally collaborate for startup success according to these capstones, we might actually be in for a very, very pleasant surprise. So the online economy is not anything which can be bounded. So if I have to sell a product outside the country of origin, all I need is a collaboration in that region for people to be able to buy it online. So online economy has become a lifeline, and especially when lockdowns were happening, everything was digital, and partners need to ensure that they are able to reduce the cost of digital transformation across the regions, and that is the first capstone which I need to talk about. Assume there is a graduate student in India, in ASEAN region, and in Korea, and this graduate student is a management student or a technology student aspiring to be a startup. Now, that aspiration can be fulfilled if he or she are able to understand technology better, even at a graduation level, not when they join the jobs. So if we can start giving them relevant information, basic level information on artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, cloud computing, and digitally connected economies, which include RPA, which include IoT and sustainable innovations, this vision can be jointly developed by setting up centers of excellence in corporates and classrooms. If you Google about a center of excellence called Mirai NXT, MIRAI NXT, you may see that these initiatives have already started in the region from where I belong. And our intention is that can we create a collaboration of Mirai NXT with the Korean region, with the ASEAN region, and ensure that corporate and classrooms all come together to ensure anyone who's aspiring to be an entrepreneur, despite being very, very young in life, is able to get the best support from the region. So that is our first capstone as my request and recommendation to all of you. The second capstone is to provide very easy access between the borders of our regions. So academicians in all the regions that we are in right now are very, very brilliant, and they have a very, very specific research-oriented mindset. They do patenting, they do technology which can be used for the greater good, but still entrepreneurs are trying to create the same technology by the hard way. So if we are able to bring the academicians and entrepreneurs together between the Indian, Korean and the ASEAN corridors, we can bring much faster intercultural alignment. So if you look at the practices of management, the first thing they say in collaboration is that people should understand people better. And people can only understand people better if they start interacting with each other. And as I am here, delivering a session online, I'm sure all of us as academicians and as entrepreneurs can talk to each other across the region and develop that intercultural alignment. For example, it can be such a pleasant moment for all of us where one founder of a startup is based out of Korea, one in the ASEAN region, one in India, and they try to impact the world with their problem-solving techniques and solutions. So that intercultural alignment and collective impact on the economy at large can start with very, very seamless exchange of information between academicians and entrepreneurs. And all we need is a platform. As long as there's a platform which is available for them to voice their ideas and take it to the next level, it becomes extremely, extremely relevant and extremely, extremely easy to do. The third capstone is that developing success-oriented mindset is necessary with coaching and mentoring. Now, if you look at how startups work, they try to take a problem, they try to solve a problem, and very rarely they are able to get external support from coaches and mentors. So assuming this real life situation where say we have a coaching mandate or a coaching panel or a coaching institute virtually existing between the three regions, which are like a task force to say that if somebody is attempting education entrepreneurship, technology entrepreneurship, cybersecurity entrepreneurship, say health entrepreneurship for that matter, there is a pool of coaches and mentors that are available who will be able to help these people on product development, on go-to-market, on sales, on fundraising, on global strategy. I can vouch by experience that our region has a lot of intellectual property, but we just need to make it accessible to people who are struggling for guidance and struggling for support. So if we are able to create that network of success-oriented mindset by solid coaching and mentoring, the inter-regional connectivity will go to the next level. And if we have to name a program which can help that happen, is like creating a joint task force, which creates knowledge modules to say, hey, between the region, do you know how the business models work? What is the difference of doing business in India versus Korea versus ASEAN region? Here is online information available. These are live sessions done by people, recorded for the benefit of the startups, and right from bootstrapping on how to use your own money to grow faster, and global launches will be very, very successful in bridging this gap. So just to the reference of what I did in my book is again bringing in those stories from all parts of the world, which is more like a guidebook for a lot of startups on how to start with an idea, how to bring an idea to life, how to design that idea, and how to make that idea successful. What I envision as a partnership is that people who have background in respective domains can become very, very solid coaches and very, very solid mentors, and a startup should be able to access them. The question that is normally asked in coaching and mentoring for startups is that, is it all pro bono? Is it for free? Is it for charity? Or can it be paid? In my experience, trust me, if we have the caliber of coaching and mentoring, startups are willing to pay for it. And in many cases, the government gives them money to fund their coaching and mentoring. So we are all developing economies and we are all doing very good in our respective regions, might as well be able to give a small seed amount to a startup to say this should cover your coaching and mentoring needs. Because all coaches and mentors may not come for free to say, hey, my time is available, why don't you take it? So we must respect the time of that joint task force, and we should be able to develop that area of collaboration, which will be very helpful in bridging the gaps which startups see, and the real life experiences are all available in front of us on how startups with great ideas just do not succeed because there are some challenges in the coaching and mentoring aspects of it. Going next, it's like you might see this to be a very sweet rabbit, but the intent to draw your attention to this slide is about what can we do for sustainable growth. So if you look at even the K-12, the school ecosystem, and I'm sure it is the same across regions, that children are given the sensitivity of saving planet Earth. And for the virtue of making a standard framework, you would already know that there are sustainable development goals which have been announced by the revered United Nations, and they give you a framework on what are the priorities which this world should run into. So when you're looking at the cooperation in developing an entrepreneurial ecosystem, technology can also be used for solving problems on impact. So maybe it is solving problems for people at the bottom of the pyramid. It is solving problem for clean tech, for green, for clean, for bigger, better, and faster. And it is about saving what resources are already left and the environment that is already left for us to save and secure. So the partnership can say commit to say in the current fiscal year, we may pick up say 2 United Nations SDGs and we connect the startups in that domain. And we can also bring in a lot of impact foundations, like you would have heard about Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, you would have heard about Michael and Susan Dell Foundation, you would have heard about Omidyar Network and Will Grow Foundation. Now these people are looking at giving support, guidance, and investment to startups who are trying to solve problems for impact. And since these innovative foundations will be available across the region, maybe we take some UN SDGs as a mandate in startups and start supporting those organizations and ventures across the region, and it fulfills our aspirations and going forward our next generation aspirations in terms of still being able to see a clean and green vision of how earth, water, resources, and the life around us remains. So while I'm as passionate about saying that startups should go and grow, make money, and take a lot of global economies with success, I'm equally passionate to see that there is an impact-oriented ecosystem which also protects the health, hygiene, safety, and security of the generations which are coming in time to come. So this is again a measurable capstone. It's like taking 2 SDGs or 3 SDGs every year and working with these startups which are having the mandate, the intent, and the resources to be able to work across those sustainable development goals. And I hope you enjoy the nice cute rabbit image as well over here. And our next capstone is how do corporates integrate in solving the startups problem. So at least from the perspective what I can visualize is that India has a lot of innovation centers launched by Fortune 500s, and Mirai NXT, as I mentioned, has a partnership with all of them. So if you Google Cisco Launchpad is not just an India initiative, it's a global initiative. So I think Launchpad is where Cisco makes commitment to support startups. And if this Launchpad is available in one region, I'm sure it is available in other regions as well. And we can probably integrate this story with one Launchpad to say this Launchpad will pick up, say, a startup in Korea and then bring it to the Launchpad in India, bring it to other Launchpads in the ASEAN region. And the company can understand ways of working, ways of deploying startup connectivity across the region just because there is a support from a corporate. The second is if you again search about the initiative by Microsoft, which is Microsoft for Startups, the kind of support they give on technology, the kind of support they'll give on cloud interfaces, the kind of support they will give on even Microsoft taking the startup solution forward is universal. So as much as probably we use Microsoft in India, I'm sure in Korea and ASEAN region also there will be immediate applications, and maybe we can use the Microsoft for Startups ecosystem all around the region and get benefited with the might of this organization. The third is Amazon. So in Amazon, we collaborate with AWS EdStart in India, and EdStart looks after supporting education startups. And I'm sure AWS is also another entity which is omnipresent in regions. And we just connect with the leader of AWS EdStart in India, ASEAN, and Korea, and ensure that they will do support the seamless connectivity of startups across our wonderful regions. And the fourth one, which we collaborate with in India, is Accenture Innovations. And Accenture Innovations is a universe of multiple innovation centers all around the world. And I believe it is left onto us to leverage that potential to the maximum. Now, these are probably four of the names which we all would have heard of. But then we also have Indian innovation centers, which are for companies who are in India, based in India. I'm sure there are some companies like that in Korea as well, and in ASEAN as well. It is about connecting the dots. So if there is someone who's representing connecting corporate innovation centers with startups across all our wonderful region, it can be a dream come true. It can be such an illustrious outcome where startups would find this regional cooperation to be the best bet of success, and the corporates would see that the success rate of the startups they're supporting is beginning to increase. So in a matrix of ASEAN, Korean, and Indian companies, we should be able to bring a task force like we have Confederation of Indian Industries in India, we have NASSCOM in India. We get similar partners from our respective regions, and we develop such innovation centers in all partner regions. Now, to run a development center, you need somebody who's extremely technology and business friendly. So while the cost to incur in an innovation center will not be very high, it will also give opportunity for people to be employed in the innovation ecosystem with their intent and mandate to be able to help these startups. So connecting growth ecosystem, connecting strategy ecosystem, connecting funding ecosystem, connecting academic ecosystem, connecting entrepreneurial ecosystem, and connecting corporate ecosystem. In my humble opinion, these are all spokes of the same wheel. We will not be able to prioritize one above the other to say, let's connect only on growth, but maybe leave it on corporate and academia. If we have this relationship going towards a cycle of success in order to make regional cooperation for startups connectivity a reality, I believe all these domains that I have discussed and spoken about are important and relevant. And in terms of whatever little role my contribution can play to this success, I will consider it a lifetime opportunity and a privilege to be able to be a contributor to your illustrious agendas and mandates. And if I have to just create three pillars of a successful partnership, it should be centered across people. So in my Stanford program, we went through a lot on innovation and design thinking. And one thing which was not just taught but made us practice well is that empathy is for real. So we build the cooperation on harmony and understanding and meeting the needs of people, so that it should be people-centered. Now, when we have to understand the theory of it, there is nothing better than academicians who rely on research. And whenever technology changes in the world, they're the first to learn because they have to teach others. So it should be people-centered, academia-oriented, where academia is a balance between people and corporates, and they help these startups on regional connectivity, on research, on technology and management. These are learnings, and without structured learning, you can always be successful, but it is just that the time increases. And we go to the top corporates who manage the innovation ecosystem with us because they have the frameworks, they have the processes, and they have the global knowledge practitioners who can come from any part of the world. So a successful partnership in our region needs to be people-centered, academia-oriented, and corporate managed. And I'm sure with the passion which the entire organizing team, the participating team, and the speakers have in this forum, they will resonate well with making our vision of startup connectivity in the region a reality. With that, I would like to conclude the session about this conversation on startup connectivity. And I do look forward to getting some important information and probably intent from all our partners around the region on how can we make this initiative more successful. I wish you all a very, very successful and a healthy life ahead. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be a part of your illustrious program and illustrious event. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Rish. You all online? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Rish, for your presentation. Your book, The Kites in a Hurricane, I'm going to read. It's on Amazon for $20. So I look forward to reading your book. It's actually quite nice surprise to see the real people in this hall. Rish and Michael, you may not see, but there are actual real people sitting as an audience. So thank you, everyone. Before we start, a little information, small information that actually if you may notice that my right side eye is a little swollen. I actually had a eye surgery because there was a problem about a couple weeks ago. So for the audience on YouTube, just because of my surgery, it's nothing wrong. I'm okay. Just it's a little swollen. All right. Let's start. Today's topic, keyword is a startup ecosystem. So let's start with introducing the panels briefly. We have about 25 minutes. Let me start first. So my name is Jong-Yoon. You can call me John. And my previous life, actually, I was in Silicon Valley over 15 years as an IT architect and consultant. I worked with many different startups and companies, and also startup companies in India and ASEAN companies. So this topic I'm very much interested to discuss. And Rish, could you quickly introduce yourself?
Hello, good evening, everyone. And my name is Rishi. You can call me Rick. It's been easier for a lot of people. And I'm a serial author on entrepreneurship and management. In one of my lives, I was the interim MD and VP for Sony Mobile, have led companies like Qualcomm, Castrol, and Avaya. And my core competence now is to develop startup ecosystems across regions, and I advise colleges and schools on developing entrepreneurial innovation centers and mindsets. Along with that, I help people in career transitions, and I'm in the middle of my PhD right now. And thank you very much for hosting me here. I look forward to an enriching conversation.
Right, thank you. And Michael?
Good afternoon, everyone. Michael Lins from Singapore. I've been based in Singapore for the past 8 years. I'm a partner at Golden Gate Ventures. So Golden Gate Ventures is an early stage venture capital fund. We focus on investments across Southeast Asia. As I mentioned, been in Singapore for the past 8 years. We've actually also invested in the Korean startup ecosystem, as we have 3 portfolio companies that are based out of Seoul. And it's a pleasure to be here, and can't wait for the discussion for the next 25 minutes.
Thank you, Michael. And Swali?
안녕하세요, 이수아입니다.
Hello everyone, my name is Lee Soo-ah and I'm CEO of SLab Asia. We are managing cold chain services for Korea and Southeast Asia. So we create a cold chain container and sells them to each region. Recently, we create a container for COVID-19 vaccine in Korea, and our market share is over 50%. Thank you so much for your invitation.
Thank you. So it was a very interesting presentation by Rish. Those capstones is a good insight. And let's talk about the startup ecosystems more in detail and share our insight. So my first question would be, so in your opinion, what are the strengths and weaknesses of startup ecosystems in India, ASEAN, and Korea? So I guess this question goes respectively for Rish, India for Rish, and Singapore and ASEAN for Michael, and Korea to Sophia, Swali.
All right. Thank you for that. So in my observation in the last 1 decade, the strength is that entrepreneurship is on the rise. So if you ask me, when I was in college, the only agenda we had in life was to get a job. But now I see a lot of people, even at an early age, are talking about being job creators as much as being job seekers. So I think that balance is beginning to change as a strength. The second thing I have witnessed is that the participation of women in entrepreneurship has increased. So while maybe again a decade ago it was a far sight, but I see women in startups increasing substantially. I personally know a lot of people who have women co-founded companies. And Michael would probably also agree that the funds are available in a way that organizations like Golden Gate Ventures and the other VC funds and angel investors at least are embracing to hear out the founder once. Earlier, it was very difficult for reaching to an investment ecosystem, but I believe there's a lot of enthusiasm right now, and the same thing is in India. From the Indian ecosystem perspective, we have a government initiative called Atal Innovation Mission, which is about setting up an innovation center in every school and college. So the good part is it is beginning to have a 13, 14-year-old child at least hear the word entrepreneurship and startup, which was probably missing for such a long time. And the population is young. So in terms of the element of energy in the system, the population is young. So these are probably 4 or 5 strengths that I see right now. But let me come to areas of improvement. I prefer to call them areas of improvement more than probably weaknesses. So one is that a lot of startups try to reinvent the wheel and they do not reach out for best practices around the world. So there are people who would have probably done it earlier and may have had a lot of learnings. I still believe that we are consumed by the volume of opportunity we have in India, but we do not think immediately with a global mindset that how can we actually have. So when I make my presentation, which is my, say, pitch deck to Michael, why should it only talk about what I can do in India? Why shouldn't it talk about what I could do in ASEAN, what I couldn't do in Singapore for that matter? And so thinking global and sharing best practices, I think, has a lot of scope of improvement. And a lot of startup founders, which I see in India, get very quickly consumed with operations so much that they stop getting time for strategy. So building the organization in a startup has always remained a challenge, which I believe can be mitigated faster. And asking for government support is a never-ending thing. So that is something which the more we get, the better it is. And that is where I would probably say we have some areas of improvement in the Indian ecosystem. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I'm a little surprised to hear that the area of improvement that you just mentioned, because to me, India is very global. That was my impression.
We can give 2 unicorns a year, we can maybe give 20. But looking at the amount of intellectual capital we carry, I think we still have a lot of potential which is still not explored.
I see. Thank you. All right, Michael, would you talk about the ASEAN ecosystems?
Yeah, I would say I definitely echo what Rishi mentioned earlier, and it also has to do with, if you look at Southeast Asia as an ecosystem, we've kind of always looked at I'm call them bigger brothers in the ecosystem, which typically would be India and China, because there are some resemblances in how those ecosystems have emerged and how Southeast Asia is emerging as we speak. I think what a few of the strong points for the region are, if you're able to build a company which is either very local or very regional, it's going to be very difficult for global competitors to come in and sort of beat those local companies. To give one very obvious example, in the ride-hailing space, where you have companies such as Grab or companies such as Gojek, they basically are the winners in the ride-hailing category across Southeast Asia, although in early days, Uber came to the region as well. So having that local understanding, that local knowledge is extremely important to become successful in the region. So I think that is a big plus for building a company within the Southeast Asian ecosystem. I think one of the other strengths is that the proximity of sort of these 6 main economies, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, and Malaysia, it does help create cross-pollination, and it also kind of helps your expansion. I'd say it's easy to expand from Singapore to Malaysia. It's very difficult to expand from Singapore to Indonesia or Singapore to Vietnam because these economies are so vastly different. the moment you get it right. That's where you create your competitive advantage. I still feel that the ecosystem is very collaborative, although there's a large number of funds that came to the fold. There's a large number of entrepreneurs. It still feels like a very, very collaborative ecosystem between governments, startups, and investors. I would say one other point which I think is interesting is that for the first time we're now seeing what I call entrepreneurs 2.0. People that have worked at a tech company for several years have decided, instead of working for a boss, I want to be my own boss. And they have built their own companies with the experience they've built working for, whether it's a Facebook or a Google or for one of the local tech companies. I think one of the stats was recently that I think over 1,000 companies that were started across Southeast Asia are founders that have worked at another tech company prior. So it's very, very good to see the development, because I think historically, as Rishi also mentioned, your life goal would be land a job at a big corporation. Nowadays, your life goal is build a successful startup. I think where we still have a few challenges is around talent. The markets around us are very competitive. And for a very good developer or very good CTO or a very good business developer to be convinced to work in Southeast Asia, those people have options. They could go to the US, they could go to India, they could go to China. So I think it's kind of up to us as an ecosystem to encourage talent to come to the region, to work here, build a company, work for companies, and stay here, and sort of help build that community, as opposed to going to more mature communities. And I think that's still a challenge that we're trying to solve. It's getting better as more companies are getting better funded. It makes it a little bit easier to retain talent, but it's still a challenge we have in this region.
Right, thank you, Michael. The talent, I can totally understand what the concern is. By the way, ASEAN is not just one country, it's several countries, so it's not easy to just pinpoint like strengths and weakness, but thanks for your insight, Michael, again. And let's talk about Korea. Swali, what do you think?
네, 제가 이제 한국과
Well, when I look at ASEAN countries, which is very different than that of Korea, in case of Korea, the government supports from the early stage continuously, such as fundings or other subsidies or other things. The government tried to pave the way for the startup company. So when the startup company or a newly established company has a great idea, they can rely on the support from the government. So that was great in my case as well. Second, if you look at Korea, you know that compared with the other countries like ASEAN, we are a homogeneous country. India or ASEAN countries, they have different ethnicities or different languages, but Korea, the market size is small, but it is very homogeneous market. And because of that, once again, finding the market to launch a new product is very simple way to do so. So once your concept is verified, then you can easily achieve success within short period of time compared with the other countries. These are the advantages of Korea. What else? Well, although we have those kind of advantages, still we have shortcomings. Ecosystem is very much limited, which means that advancing into other markets, there are some limited opportunities such as exit to other market or M&A opportunities. Those are very much limited. If you go to the States, there are ample chances, but not in Korea.
Echo what she just said. But one thing is that Korea government has really good startup supporting infrastructure and the program. And actually myself was in charge of incubation center, and then my current job, AI Yangji Hub, is also a incubation center run by Seoul Metropolitan City that incubates the artificial intelligence AI startups. So it's really a great system, but there are also a lot of challenges that we have to overcome. So let's talk about challenges. maybe you can just may have to repeat what you just said. But from your perspective, what is the most critical issue in your startup ecosystem? Right? And now this time also suggestion. What do you suggest we do about it? So let's start with Rish again.
All right. So what I think is that people who become entrepreneurs need to have some tenacity and patience. I see a lot of entrepreneurs who probably would have spent 18 to 24 months in developing the product and taking it to the market, but they get disappointed very fast. Maybe they were just at the verge of getting successful, but maybe, say hypothetically, maybe they approached Michael and Michael said, come back after showing me some traction. They believe the world has fallen because Golden Gate now says that they cannot consider them. So I think the tenacity and the patience of the founders needs to be improved. And that is where I was referring to the right coaching and mentoring, even for emotional and mental resilience. It should be very, very seriously taken for entrepreneurs. The second thing is that if you are, say, co-founders, there are two people in the company, you have still a lot of work to do. So there is technology, management, finance, operations, and HR, and two people cannot do everything. So many times I don't see them reaching out very regularly for help. They should understand their core competencies. So if your core competency is technology and you have never done finance, how do you really develop it overnight? I don't think it is practically possible. So looking at your own core competencies and outsourcing what is other than that is important, which does not sometimes happen at the right time. The second element is there is something which we know in India called as patience capital or patient capital. That means that many a times when an investment comes in a company and more at a seed stage, the investors already have an expectation on when to get the exit. Whereas the organization would have already had a longer plan on when they can take the next round or the companies to the level. So sometimes there is some lack of patience in terms of the capital that gets invested in a startup. So the startup forgets everything else and just creates a roadmap on how to give the exits faster, which I believe is something which investors and startups should work out together. And the third is that small firms who are not, they're not able to demonstrate large names as clients, it becomes very difficult for them to get business. So if, say, there's a government requirement saying you should be ISO certified, no startup will be ISO certified on day one. So it becomes very difficult for companies to go and knock the door of a big guy and say that I have an AI ML system or I've got a blockchain crypto system. At least test us out once. Don't just compare us with the Fortune 500s. I believe there should be that level of availability in the ecosystem, which says, yes, we are also going to work or at least try out smaller firms as much as we want, products from the Fortune 500s. So in terms of tenacity of founders, patience capital, and giving opportunities to small firms to compete for technology-oriented businesses, I think we still need to think about it a lot, and we have some distance to cover. Those will be my 2 cents. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Rish. I'm learning a lot about India today, which I didn't know before. Thank you. And Michael?
Yeah, so very well noted points. I just want to add one thing to what Rish mentioned, and I think it's probably prevalent for both India and ASEAN in a way. I think when you think of an ecosystem, you want to make sure that it's full circle, right? So the moment a successful seed company can go up to raising their Series A round, up to their Series B, Series C, and they'll go towards growth equity, and then hopefully they'll either get acquired or look at an IPO. I think it's very, very difficult to build an ecosystem that is sort of that well built out. But if you look at the mature ecosystems, I'm talking about sort of China and US, you'll see kind of these companies in that journey, and it takes 7 to 12 years where they get from sort of inception all the way up to an exit, and likely those founders will come back into the ecosystem as angel investors and either build a new company or start investing, or even build their own venture firm. I think in ASEAN, we're not there yet. We're slightly seeing sort of first signs of potential larger exits that are more than $1 billion. Over the last few months, I think we've added 6 or 7 new unicorns. So we are getting there, but you still see a little bit of a void when it comes to tech investments on the growth equity side, and then eventually those larger exits where these kind of big ecosystems are known for. I think the moment we're able to solve that part, you're going to see that not only more capital is going to flow back into the region, you'll see that more knowledge and experience will flow back into the region as well. And I think that's always sort of almost the crux of becoming a successful ecosystem. If you have a lot of companies at the early stage, you'll almost kind of need, I wouldn't say a similar number, but you need a large number of companies at the later stage as well. So I think that's one of the challenges we're trying to figure out with the different stock exchanges, trying to get companies to list, with SPAC listings, with companies being more acquisitive, and hopefully that will lead to a more robust ecosystem.
Wow, very interesting. And I wish we had more time to talk about the talent issue you mentioned, but fortunately we don't have enough time for that subject. But I think that's also a very interesting topic that we can have some suggestions and room for improvement. Anyway, what about Korea? What do you think is the most critical issue, and what should we do?
네, 저는 한국에서
Well, it's not an issue, but rather, in order to integrate the ecosystem in Korea, and the greatest hurdles, or should I say, a challenge that I had faced with when advancing into foreign countries is as follow. For example, we had our own services that really work well in Korea, but trying to apply that to foreign market, the greatest challenge from the business perspective is we need to make sure that when we advance into new market, we need to succeed, and we need to resolve any kind of challenge that we might face with so that our inroads into foreign market can be successful. For that, we need definitely an ecosystem. So only when there's an ecosystem, then investment can be made. However, all these startups have the same issue, which is lack of resources, lack of funding. So whenever we go abroad, if we spend 1 month and 3 months, then we always have these funding issues. Of course, meetings, yes, we can have, but securing or ensuring the investors and then continuous flow of the capital, we always face a huge challenge. Well, I'm not only talking about meeting other people, meeting a new prospect. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about getting the funding from the investors. Only when we succeed that, our business model can be successful. So that's what I meant by building a sound and solid ecosystem. I'm not only talking about accelerators or getting funding from the government. Those are temporary things. I'm talking about having a great ecosystem so that for a year or 2 to 3 years, continuously we can grow and we can stabilize our business models. In light of that, we definitely need an ecosystem.
So she's actually running a startup and running a global business. So this is a really insightful experience and the knowledge, I think. We have about 3 and 4 minutes. I think this should be the a conclusion part of today's panel discussion. So the connecting startup ecosystems in India, ASEAN, and Korea. So why should we do it? And what should we do to make it better? Right. So, Rish?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how do we make it better? Why should we do it? I think is universally accepted that it is in the greater good of all the regions. And I must compliment Soali for her illustrious venture and taking it global as well. So compliments for that. So the way I see, and there's only one point I'll mention, anywhere where I see global cooperation to be working in startups depends on the seriousness of the sponsor who's leading the initiative. So if there is a responsibility where people say that in the next 5 years, there will be 50 companies which are co-founded by founders in ASEAN, Korea, and India, it's a reality which can happen. So, we can all talk about the benefits of strategy, growth, fundraise, political will. But in my opinion, if the person leading the initiative has strength in the sponsorship and has the backing of the ecosystem, it has always worked well. So that will be one way. I would say that I'd mentioned in the presentation as well, that if there is a joint task force who agrees to champion the cause, not changing it here, these are people who are there for the next 4 to 5 years, I think that's a good beginning. And why it should be done, I think I'll leave it to our interpretation, because I fundamentally believe that's one question where we all believe
Yes.
it's important to be done. And thank you for the opportunity today.
Right. Thank you. And Michael, your turn.
Yeah, I'll add one small point to the earlier comments. I'd say the reason why it should be done is that I've seen it work with my own eyes. As I mentioned earlier at the introduction, that we've invested in a number of companies that have their headquarters in Seoul, but have expanded to Southeast Asia. And these collaborations have always worked out. I think the reason why it's important is the moment you're able to collaborate with strong local partners, and whether it's for us in Korea or vice versa, you kind of leverage not only the local knowledge and the local experience, but just a different point of view. And I think the different point of view is always going to be helpful in either growing your business, in doing business development, in setting up more collaborations. On the other hand, we've seen a number of strong top-tier funds out of India and a number of strong entrepreneurs out of India come to Southeast Asia, which either doing investments, doing collaborations between portfolio companies, we've seen collaborations between governments as well. It only strengthens ecosystems. And I don't believe that an ecosystem is built in isolation. It is typically built by collaboration. So hence, I feel strongly about doing more of these initiatives and doing more collaboration between these regions as well.
Right, thank you. I absolutely agree with you. Right, thank you, Michael. And Swali?
네, 저희는
Of course, well, having greater number of the opportunities, and the greatest benefit is we are able to expand within Korean market.
Later, I'll spend like a couple more minutes asking your final comment and anything that you want to wrap up. Actually, this time, let's start with Swa. Anything that you want to add or mention?
사실은 저희
Well, frankly speaking, one of the benefits that we can enjoy is human resources, or talented and skilled human resources. We hope we can utilize them. However, upon listening other people's presentation, I was able to learn that they do have the same issues that I faced with. So I guess this is the common challenge. So once again, education is critical. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Michael?
Well, first of all, thanks again for having us on. I definitely enjoyed the conversation. I think as a last point, and maybe since everyone is sitting in Seoul, except for Rishi and myself, I think have a look at the Asian ecosystem. I think there is a lot happening at this moment. There is a lot of capital looking for good deals. We have seen successful expansions from Korean businesses looking at Southeast Asia. I think if there's an opportunity, the opportunity is now. So we definitely welcome founders, ideas, collaborations to come to Southeast Asia, and we'll welcome them with open arms.
All right, thank you, Michael. Yeah. And Rish, as a main presenter of this session, please.
Thank you. I express my gratitude to all of you. And we all know that COVID changed a lot of way we live our lives, and it has also brought in a lot of solutions which have come in the world earlier. So one is that I just hope we all remain safe and steady in time to come. But as a closing remark, I would be very hopeful that we are not just leaving this relationship at the level of a panel or a speakership. Maybe we actually collaborate to take life ahead, and we create global solutions which are locally compliant and ensure that the world enjoys the benefit of our collaboration. You have been an amazing moderator. Thank you very much for keeping us time checked as well. And that will be my closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, it was an honor. It was my honor to have you all panelists today, and I learned a lot. And I hope the audience felt the same. Right? Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator, speaker, and the panelists for joining in. And you may now return to your seats. Thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the second session, and you're currently here with us joining at the Korea, ASEAN, and India Business Week 2021, the Korea-ASEAN-India Business Forum. Well, in order to keep with the social distancing measures, we are hosting our event both on and offline in a hybrid format. Well, for all the global business viewers, we are providing the simultaneous interpretation. So click the channel that you wish to listen to through our YouTube channel. And also those who are joining us on site, please fix your receivers to channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean. Well, the COVID-19 is still rampant, and with all the variants going on, today we have gathered in order to discuss the ways for the inclusive recovery and future for the mutual prosperity in Korea, ASEAN, and India. Well, as the 11 countries gather together, our ultimate goal is to go beyond the mutual cooperation towards a sustainable future. So please make sure that you are going to stay with us until the very end and join us at this meaningful occasion. Here at the Korea, ASEAN, and India Business Week 2021, or the Business Forum, we have invited the global opinion leaders in order to usher the way. From the economy, security, culture, environment, and healthcare, and even more. The region cooperates and further develops the global hub, and the new era will eventually arrive. Well, the young generation is embracing technology like never before, and also there is a startup boom that's going on inside the ASEAN countries and even outside the ASEAN region. So all these trends will make, us wonder where we are going to head next. Here at the forum, we are discussing what kind of things could be dealt in the next era. And at session number 1, we have dealt about the economic innovation and the industrial digital transformation that's going to be brought upon in the Asian region. And at the second session, we have discussed a plan to improve the connectivity of the startups ecosystem in ASEAN and the India region. And moving on, at our last session prepared here at the Korea, ASEAN, and India Business Week 2021, we're going to discuss the edutech and the future of jobs in Korea, in ASEAN, and India. And now we're going to begin our final session. As speaker, we'll be joined by Paul Vandenberg, the finance senior economist at ADB, and as moderator, Professor Won Yong-gul of Development of Economics at the University of Seoul and President of Korea International Finance Association. And as panelist, Chief Advisor Kim Gap-sung of the Korean Smart City Special Committee under the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Professor of Yonsei University. And also head Jen Carter of Tech and Volunteering at Google.org, who is also one of the 2021 Women of Influence in Silicon Valley, and City Director Anna Kim at Minerva School at KGB will be joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all of them with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for the session 3 of the forum. My name is Yong-gul Won, and I'm a professor of economics at the University of Seoul. I'm honored to serve as a moderator for this final but important session. This session is about education technology, which is called EdTech in short. Before we discuss the subject, why don't we ask our key speaker, Dr. Vandenberg of ADB, to present his idea about the topic. Let me briefly introduce Dr. Vandenberg. He's a senior economist at the Asian Development Bank. He's an internationally renowned expert on a wide range of development issues, such as the middle income trap, tech startups, and skill training. Dr. Vandenberg, please.
Hello, good day everyone. My name is Paul Vandenberg, and I'm very happy to join this Korea-ASEAN&INDIA Business Week. And I'm going to be talking about EdTech and the future of jobs. And so it's a combination of talking about education, EdTech, and the workplace. And I hope it will be interesting to those of you. Many of you, I think, are business people because this is Business Week, so hopefully it'll be interesting. Okay, let me start off. We know that education is important. We know that quality education is important because it drives economic growth and prosperity. Countries in Asia, and particularly Northeast Asia, have done very well in terms of economic development and growth, in big part because of a strong human capital development based on quality education. Just generally around the region, competitiveness of business sectors, economies in ASEAN and India require skilled talent. What we have in large parts of ASEAN, not everywhere, but large parts of ASEAN, is what we call a learning crisis. And this is not only true of Asia, but also other parts of the developing world. The idea is that children and young people are not learning the material at their grade level, okay? They fall behind, but they still move up to higher and higher grades. And so we end up with students who don't master basics in mathematics, reading and writing and so on, continuing through the education system. And we know this because of evidence from the international test scores like PISA and also national test scores. So there's a real problem that we don't always see in the education systems in Southeast Asia and parts of Southeast Asia. And it's an important issue that should be dealt with. Now, at the same time as we have a learning crisis, we have what I call the promise of EdTech, okay? We know that all aspects of our lives have been affected by digitization, right? And that process is going to continue to intensify. And EdTech is about digital technology that is applied to the education sector, okay? That could be at the school, it could be at home, doing homework, if you will, and after-school programs. Can EdTech, okay, the use of education technology help to address the learning crisis and improve the quality of education in ASEAN and India and other parts of the world? Probably. It may not be the whole solution. We need better trained teachers and better organized schools, but it could help a lot. And it certainly will be an important innovation going forward. So what are the dimensions of EdTech? There's a number of dimensions, and it's important to understand the differences and how we categorize different things of EdTech, because it tends to be a single term that covers a lot of things, and that can be confusing. First of all, it's about learning programs and apps for children and students to learn at their own level. Okay, so a lot of these new EdTech programs have built-in AI, artificial intelligence, which can sense through testing and so on a student's level, and then can provide lessons to them at their level of learning, which is very important. The second part is formative assessment. People in the teaching field know what that means, but what it allows is that if you have computers and tablets in class and you have students work on them and do little tests and so on, that data can be fed in real time to teachers who can monitor whether students are learning, whether that teacher needs to go back over and redo a lesson, and to tailor learning to different levels of students, right? The third type of EdTech is using online training for teachers, right? Because to improve education, we need to improve the quality of teaching. And if teachers have more capacity to learn themselves online about how to teach better, that's good. A fourth element is the digitization of school management, okay? Not only enrollment and keeping track of students, but just the overall management of school systems. And fifth is online courses. And this is a whole new world of private education that I'll discuss a little bit later. Okay, so the question is, okay, we have a learning crisis. We want to improve the quality of education in schools, and at the same time, we have EdTech. So how do the two come together and in a sense, who will innovate or who will provide EdTech. Now, of course, education takes place in private schools and in public schools, and private institutions, public institutions. That's fine. We know there's a strong demand for EdTech innovations because we hear about this from governments, from ministries of education, that they want to use EdTech, even if they don't always know what it means or what it can do. Now, a lot of the EdTech innovations, the actual applications, the actual programs that are built are put together by private businesses. Okay, so it's usually not the education system or the school board, if you will, or the Ministry of Education that is developing these innovations. It's they want to use them, but private businesses are developing them. And so that's what we have in terms of EdTech. And we think about EdTech as an EdTech market and innovations being provided directly, privately to schools and households, and also to a school system. Okay, so what's the EdTech market? Well, certainly it's a rapidly expanding market. And we think of it usually in terms of tech startups. These are the companies that enter this market. And the needs are large through ASEAN and India. It provides that market, the demand or the market for tech startups provides an opportunity for EdTech firms throughout the world. But of course, more developed countries like Singapore, India, to some parts of India, Korea, they have firms in the EdTech sector that maybe can develop applications that can be used in other countries, in other ASEAN countries. But we also see that many startups are emerging from Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and other countries, and with their own innovations. Okay, here are a few examples of EdTech firms, and I don't give the magnitude of their activities or their investment and so on, but this is interesting. These are some of the top EdTech companies in Asia. The first one from Singapore, very innovative, and the second one is as well India, very massive, 35 million users, and they're focused mostly on the kindergarten to grade 8 kind of level, maybe a little bit higher. And then you have Zenos in Indonesia, more developing thinking and learning skills for young people. And then in higher education, Topika and Open Durian in Vietnam and Thailand, doing support and programs for bachelor's degrees and college students and so on. So we see that a variety of countries in ASEAN not only have a big need for EdTech solutions, but companies are emerging in these countries. The other thing we could talk about, or we should be aware of, are accelerators. So the way it works is that in the field of startups, we tend to have what we call incubators and accelerators. And these are programs, sometimes they're physical space, sometimes they're just training programs that support startups to develop and grow very quickly and get to scale, right? So it gives them business advice and knowledge to try to get them growing. And I think the interesting thing is that there are two accelerators in ASEAN that I know of, there may be others, that are specifically dedicated to the EdTech sector. Okay, so only education startup companies will be involved in those accelerators. One is Stormbreaker in Thailand, and the other one, much newer, is EduSpace in Singapore. They help with development financing and so on. I want to shift now a little bit to thinking a little bit more about post-secondary education and training and what's happening in that space. Certainly EdTech is important there, but there's other things going on there. So first of all, we find that in that space, more and more education is being delivered online. Okay, now we know that a lot of education has gone online because of COVID, but this actually was part of a much earlier trend in which a lot of education was moving online. So it's not only COVID, but it's also pre-COVID. What we have is traditional institutions, brick and mortar colleges and universities, are shifting some of their programs online to give more diversity and variety of delivery to their students. And there are blended learning approaches. And that means we're blending in-person teaching with online teaching. I think the most important development, though, is that there are many new non-traditional online providers. And these are, providing training and education, but they don't have a physical college building or a school building or a university building. Everything is provided online. So they're really a virtual college and university. They provide courses and programs often leading to certificates. And so if you do their courses, you can get micro credentials, mini degrees. There are mini master's degrees, for example, you can get. And this is and maybe become increasingly important in the job market of the future, that employer will not only look if a potential candidate for hiring has a certificate from the local college or a university, but they'll also look at their micro credentials, programs and courses that they've taken online. And this could be a major development, and so on. Shifting now a bit to the future of jobs, we know there are two strong, or a couple of strong factors that are affecting the job market and the nature of work, if you will. Certainly automation and artificial intelligence, which are reducing the demand of middle-level workers and their skills, especially in manufacturing, construction, logistics, and so on, okay? Machinery and digitally controlled machinery are having a bigger impact on getting work done. In terms of digitization, it's increasing the demand for digital skills, okay? Either as people who are just digital, right? They're a computer programmer, and other people who just do work with computers, work with digital technology, but also digital skills are becoming an important part of a larger skill set. So if you're trained as an accountant or an engineer, you also need to have digital skills to do your occupation. So where will the future skill needs be? Well, certainly STEM subjects, right? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics will be important, as well as digital skills. But at the same time, what we hear from employers is that there's a great need for what we call 21st century skills, right? What are those? Well, those are the non-technical skills that people need and that employers really want. They're analytical and problem-solving skills, right? Thinking skills. Do you have an employee that doesn't just know his trade, but can actually think through a problem and devise a solution? Also, it's about communication and teamworking skills and social emotive skills. Okay, so those are emerging new skills. Now, the STEM and the digital, we can teach, right? And we could probably teach that well online, right? The 21st century skills, a bit maybe harder to teach online. So we're not sure yet the impact of EdTech, and doing courses online is going to impact on helping people get their 21st century skills, okay? So the final slide here is, can EdTech provide the knowledge and skills for future jobs, okay? EdTech is changing the way teaching and learning is being done and delivered. Okay, we know that, and that's going to accelerate. There's no question about that. At the same time, what is learned and what is needed by employers is changing. As I said, more digital skills, but also more of these soft skills, right? Will it be a fruitful marriage between EdTech and the new jobs and skills needed for those jobs in the future? I don't know. And for the EdTech sector, for the businesses involved in EdTech, will it be a profitable marriage? So that's what I have to say. Those are some ideas that we can talk more about, but those are just some of my ideas about EdTech and the future of jobs. So I think I'm finished there, and thank you for listening, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Vandenberg. I really appreciate your insightful and stimulating presentation. Well, I totally agree with that not only the digital skill, but also the emotional and collaborative or innovative skills are needed in the 21st century job. And Dr. Vandenberg has summarized the concepts and recent trends of EdTech and raised many important issues on the subject. I hope this session provides an opportunity to better understand new trends in education technology and identify ways for ASEAN, India, and Korea to cooperate in a mutually beneficial way. Well, today we have three panelists who are very distinguished in the field. Let me briefly introduce them one by one according to the program brochure. First, I'm thrilled to introduce Ms. Jen Carter as a panelist. Are you there? Okay, thank you. She's the global head of technology at Google.org, which is Google's philanthropic arm. She also leads the company's pro bono initiatives. She founded the famous Google.org Fellowship. I think she will talk about that briefly later. Next, I'm delighted to introduce the second panelist, Professor Kap-Sung Kim of Yonsei University. He's currently in charge of Smart City Strategy as a chief advisor of Korean Smart City Special Committee under the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. He's a renowned expert on housing policy, location theory, and spatial structure. Finally, I'm glad to introduce Ms. Anna Eun-jung Kim. She's a city director of Minerva University, a brand new but a very selective university in San Francisco. She oversees Korea and India branches of the university. I also think that she will be introducing the university briefly later. We have very short period of time, less than, I think, now 27 minutes. So to better manage the time, I will give each panelist 5 minutes to make comments on the topic. And I'll also give Dr. Vandenberg 5 minutes to respond to comments and the questions. I'll really appreciate if you respect time. I will pick up 2 minutes to go and 1 minute to go sign if needed. Okay, this is all I have. And now it's time to invite the first panelist for comments. Following the program brochure, I would like to invite Ms. Jen Carter first. Could you make comments on the presentation and EdTech in general? And if possible, could you briefly tell us about Google.org and the Google.org Fellowship? Ms. Carter, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. First, I can share a little bit more about Google.org, which is Google's philanthropic arm. So our goal is to support nonprofits and accelerate the impact of nonprofits and civic entities by providing what we think is the best of Google. So that's our funding, our products and technology, as well as our people. And so what does that actually look like? So in terms of our funding, 1% of Google's profits go to support nonprofits around the world. In 2021, that's going to be about $300 million that we're giving in grants to organizations around the world as part of a 5-year, $1 billion commitment that we started in 2017. In terms of products and technology, that can be a variety of different things. But for example, installing Wi-Fi immediately following a crisis or providing cloud credits to organizations that are in need of them. And then finally, in terms of people, providing what we think is really our most valuable resource, which is our people, our Google employees, or Googlers as we like to call them. And they do a variety of different volunteering and pro bono engagements, but the one that I'll highlight, since it was mentioned in the intro, is our Google.org Fellowship, which enables teams of Googlers to complete up to 6 months of full-time pro bono work to accelerate the impact of nonprofits and civic entities around the world. So really seconding them to organizations to help work directly with nonprofits and governments to achieve their shared goals. So that's a little bit of the background there. I think a lot to respond to in terms of everything that Paul shared already, but maybe just to kick us off, I think I had seen a question around how to think about the sort of balance of education and technology within EdTech. And so one thing that I sort of wanted to highlight there that may come as a surprise given my role as the global head of technology and working for Google is that I actually don't view EdTech as a combination of education and technology in exactly that way, which implies sort of some kind of equality or equivalency between the two. But really, I don't know that that's the relationship between those two words in the concept of EdTech. So, you know, in EdTech, technology is just a means to an end. Improving education is really the goal. And so EdTech should be about harnessing the power of education versus just sort of about combining education and technology for the sake of it. And I think we need to be careful that it remains that way. Sometimes there's a tendency to build tech for tech's sake that, you know, those of us in the tech sector have certainly been guilty of in the past. But in my opinion, again, potentially surprising given my role, we should always really start and focus on the problem statement, areas in which education isn't working or in which it can be improved, and try to find solutions, whatever they look like. And so, of course, oftentimes, those solutions do make use of technology. They end up being EdTech, which is fantastic, but I don't think we should necessarily just think of it as this combination of education and technology, since that really puts those two components on an equal playing field when there should be some sort of directionality to it. So that's maybe one thing that I'll share. But I think the second and opposite of that, so that's sort of tech within the context of EdTech, but if you think about it within education more broadly, I'll just really echo what Paul already shared, which is that within education, tech is an essential skill, but as are the broader STEM fields, as are those softer 21st century skills, you know, problem solving, communication, and teamwork, and everything else. And so they really all need to be taught. The data continues to show that employers value the latter just as much as the former. And so there's no hierarchy there, or at least, again, there shouldn't be within education. It's essential that a diverse range of skill sets are taught as employers continue to emphasize the importance of both those hard and soft skills. So a little bit of a difference there. Within the context of education, I think there should not be any sort of hierarchy, and we should be making sure we're teaching all of those skills. Whereas within maybe the word EdTech, I think there actually is a hierarchy, and we want to make sure we're not just building tech for tech's sake, but that we're really harnessing the power of technology to improve education. I will stop there just in the interest of time. Lots more thoughts based on all of the incredible insights that Paul shared, but I will stop there for now.
Well, thank you, Ms. Jan Carter, for your valuable comments and kind explanation of your organization. Now I would like to invite the second panelist, Professor Kap-Sung Kim. Would you make comments on the subject? And if possible, could you tell us about how we can combine EdTech with Smart City?
예. 안녕하십니까. 연세대학교.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Yonsei University, and when I was listening to the presentation of Paul Vandenberg, I was 100% agreed with what he just said, and I'm agree with the direction he just mentioned. I'm making smart city, and education is critical part of smart city as well, because every city need to reduce various kind of gaps, and in order to reduce the gaps, we need education. For example, poverty or gaps between haves and haves not. These kind of gaps can be reduced with online education, I believe, for example. As you well may aware, the current education system is not enough to achieve enough accessibility, and in the future, education will be totally different. Simply, you don't memorize anything or just learn a lot. Rather, we will more focus on the sense of community or sense of alliance in the future, and that kind of education must be taught in the future as well. And I believe that Korea once was a less developed country, but now we evolve into a developed or a developing country thanks to the people's willingness to get more and more education. If you see the example of India or other Asian countries, they also experienced some challenges and issues that was experienced by Korea as well. And I believe that the situation is quite similar there as well. If you see the future jobs to be popular in the future, we will live longer, and we need to have multiple jobs at the same time in the future. So micro credential credits that was mentioned in the presentation is very critical, because you need to switch from one job to another continuously throughout your life in the future, I believe. So I don't think that the 12 education and university education in getting PhD degree is enough in the future. You need to get continuous education from time to time on demand by using the power of edutech in the future. One obstacle I can think of is that my university, Yonsei University, is providing a lot of online education so we have a lot of online education materials as well, but I encountered a huge issue of IP. So it is very difficult for us to purchase all the IPs to make a graph or some education materials. So I believe that that kind of IP difficulty will be a very huge issue for less developed countries. I was wondering whether they can purchase all the IP. So we need to have some kind of consensus at the international level. For example, when it comes to education, maybe we can compromise the IP regulation to some degree for the benefit of the society. As a professor, I'm a person who is providing education as a content, but when I have education material, sometimes it spreads across the cyberspaces. It is very difficult to control of it. So we need to have a well thought out, well sophisticated education regulation. For example, when I make education material, it costs a lot. Sometimes it costs up to 100 million won. And I was wondering whether my 100 billion cost will be recovered if it is being done on the online space. So that's why we need the support from non-government organization, or even from the government organization. So like I said, in the future, we will see less cookie cutter labors, and we will see more tailored, high tech oriented jobs, but not everyone can do that at the same time in the future. So that's why we need to provide a variety of education and change our tactic for education so that we can leave no one behind.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for your insightful comments and explanation. I, totally agree with your experience, during the pandemic in the university. So I really impressed by your comments. Finally, I would like to invite Ms. Anna Eunjung Kim. Would you make comment on the subject? And if possible, could you briefly introduce Minerva University for us? Anna Kim, please.
Thank you so much for introducing me. And hello, my name is Anna. I'm a city director for Minerva University. And I've been with Minerva for past 5 years, starting from like 2017 when Minerva first came to Korea to launch their semester. And ever since, I've also worked with some team in India, Hyderabad, and Taipei to build their own semester as well. And just to explain a little bit about what Minerva University is that we bring students from all around the world, perhaps like 50 to 60 different countries, to those 7 countries, like 7 big cities that you can easily recognize, which is starting from San Francisco to Taipei, and then the second year they come to Seoul, Korea, and they go to India, Hyderabad, and Berlin, London, Buenos Aires, and go back to San Francisco to graduate. And then the reason why we bring these students to those global cities is that we believe students learn from interacting with the people with the diverse culture, and also being thrown into this environment where they have to crack the eggs and like learn how to communicate effectively and efficiently with the people by working different projects. So we actually try to avoid naming our university as online school or online university because we truly believe the student learn better by interacting and collaborating with other people. So like the second session, I remember hearing from the speaker that says like you have to learn the people, and in order to learn the people, you have to interact with the people. So that's why we also believe that students have to go to those cities to work and mingle together. And but also Paul briefly mentioned about like a dimension of ed tech, and we truly believe that just like learning and like listening to lecture doesn't allow our students to fully engage and immersed into the knowledge that they have to learn from the book, but also like from the platform that we called Forum, that we have our own design platform to allow our students to fully engage in our classroom. And through that, we built the platform based on very scientific learning of the cognition based. So what we do is we build like a small seminar-based class, and then lecturers are not allowed to talk more than like 4 or 5 minutes, but like be there to ask really good questions and bring students full potential to discuss to the topic that they've learned previously. So we give them an assignment and they learn fully and then come back to this platform to discuss further and challenge each other to get to the point how we can solve the greater problems we're facing in 21st century. So that's the way we actually convey to master the future, the competencies that we often consider as future leaders to have, which is like a critical thinking and creative thinking and effective communication and efficient communications. So those are the 4 mastery, the competencies that we strongly provide to our students to learn from our academic curriculum. And the things that they learn from the classroom, we believe that you don't want our students or like your students to capture the learnings by themselves, but also apply and transfer their knowledge into the real world. So that's another reason why we don't want to call it as online school, but also another big pillar of Minerva University is doing projects and initiating their own projects and know how to solve the problems that they really intended to solve to. So the transfer knowledge is another big pillar of Minerva University. And then in order for us to provide that is we match our students with global leaders that are in 7 different cities to work on the projects together. So I just like the comment that I want to make here is that like online, offline experiences and the knowledge and resources must combine together to best provide the environments for our students to succeed in the unknown, like very fast-pacing world. So I really want to emphasize that. And there are more to be shared, but I would like to give the floor to you to maybe suggest other agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Anna Kim, for your thoughtful comments and interesting explanation on your university. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Vandenberg to respond the comments made by the panelists. Dr. Vandenberg, please.
Certainly, Professor Wong. Yeah, first of all, Jen's comments, very similar to what I wanted to say, that there was a question that we were sort of posed and it was kind of, juxtaposing education and technology. But I think Jen said it in a very nice way. That's not the way it is. And if I could say, it's education. We want to improve and make education good. Is there a role for technology in doing that? And how can we how can we harness technologies to do that? And I think I think she made that point very well, and I'm happy she did. I'd like to talk a little bit about what Anna Kim said, because I think she made some really interesting remarks, because I think there is a certain euphoria about ed tech. And it's not only ed tech, It's like online learning, which is sort of part of ed tech, but it's not the whole ed tech. And certainly a lot of learning has gone online because of the pandemic. And on the one hand, that's wonderful because it's in a sense pushed the ed tech agenda, or it's pushed the world to explore the use of ed tech and online technologies for education. And that was developing prior to COVID, but it got a real push. But I think what she said was, wait a minute, it's also important in education that you get people together and you put them in circumstances. And so I liked her approach of, bringing people together in 7 different cities and getting them to talk and to solve problems and so on. And if I understand what she's saying, that they do this in person, which is the traditional form of education. And I think that's important. I think we need to harness the strength and the power of technology for education, but we have to not lose sight of the fact that a lot of education takes place and a lot of learning takes place when we interact in person with people. And maybe the real challenge going forward is, how do we balance that? How do we balance the technology and the not face-to-face things with face-to-face and being people and talking directly to each other and so on? So I'll leave it at there for now. Those are the 2 comments I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vandenberg. I really agree with you that it is very important to strike the balance between education and technology. Because the end point, the purpose of the EdTech is to improve the education quality through technology. So it's very important to strike the balance. Anything? Do you have anything else to add or comment?
Maybe I'll add a comment on
please.
Paul's comment. Thank you for acknowledging the fact that I was trying to make the point between having good balance between online and offline learnings are so important. That's what we are striving to do. And we definitely struggle a little bit in the past 2 years having the pandemic and not allowing our students to freely go to another city. But that actually claims or proved a lot to us that having the offline components were very crucial for our students to be able to succeed in the education environment. And it's not only about just working as a team or doing the projects, but also I want to emphasize on the community aspect of students having at school system or school setting, because I think students learn a lot by also observing how other people are succeeding or other people are failing, which is we can quickly call a peer learnings. So without gathering people together, I think students lose a chance to actually have a second experience or helping others to cope out of the crisis that their classmates facing, and also understand how they can also get a help or mentor from their own friends. So I think by excluding the offline components, not only about working in a team or learning from the teacher, but also the peer learnings are missing. So there are many different important essence of our students learning offline. So we actually see the technology or the forum, our own platform, as a tool for our students allowed to travel. So that's how we frame technology in our school. So I also agree what Jen said about how the technology is allowing ourselves to excel the education, the quality. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anna. I think it would be very important for government to closely collaborate with schools and industry to build a better EdTech environment. I'd like to ask Dr. Vandenberg, Will you give us some best practices of the government's EdTech policy in ASEAN and India?
Okay. Yeah. So let me talk a little bit about Indonesia, because Indonesia is quite progressive in a way with regards to technology and to EdTech, and they're really trying to say, look, let's find a way to do EdTech, to use EdTech, and so they've started with three sort of approaches. The first thing that they're doing is they're trying to use EdTech and EdTech through the delivery of online courses to teach their teachers. Okay, and some people say that maybe the big benefit from EdTech is not only or is not about teaching students, but it's about teaching teachers. And we know, and this is the way I started out my video presentation, that the quality of education in many ASEAN countries is not where it needs to be. And that means improving the quality of teaching through improving teachers. And if we can harness EdTech to improve teachers, that might be great. Okay, so that's one of the things the Indonesian government is doing. It has two other aspects to its policy on EdTech. The second one, training teachers using EdTech and online programs is one. A second one is actually kind of school management, but school management in terms of using digital technology to order books and order materials and things for the classroom. So they've moved that all online so that teachers can more easily figure out which materials they want to buy and use for their students. And then the third part, which is the part that they're sort of getting into now, is to actually introduce new programs and apps, learning programs and apps in the classroom so that students are not only listening to a teacher, but they're also, in addition, they're going on to tablets, they're going on to computers and learning that. And as I said, the really interesting part of EdTech in the classroom, okay, is that by students doing things on a computer or a tablet, if it's the right program, the program tells them whether they're doing it right or wrong, right? And so the program using AI assesses their learning level and knows whether it should repeat lessons or it can move on. And that's the part that the Indonesian government is really working on now. Let me give you another example. This is not India, it's not ASEAN, but it's just below India, in Sri Lanka, because we've done some research at ADB on this, is that when the pandemics hit, universities moved online, as they did in many parts of the world. Now, the government realized that maybe all students wouldn't be able to access the programs that were the teaching that was being delivered online. So one of the things they did is they had an agreement somehow that with the telecom companies that university students could access the servers of the university, right, free of charge, right? So they didn't have to pay for connectivity directly to the university servers, and therefore it wouldn't sort of retard students, the lower income students, from being able to access programs. The other thing the government started to look at, I don't know how far they got, was device loans, right? So lending devices to students or providing finance for students to be able to buy devices, because they also realized that that was another area where students from low incomes could not necessarily gain access. So those are a couple of examples. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Vandenberg. Those are very interesting cases we need to talk about later in detail. We are lagging behind, but I have to ask one more question to Ms. Jen Carter. I was impressed by the fact that Google.org fellowship connect volunteering professionals, to the needed in society. And I worry that the poverty gap may well cause education and technology gap. What do you think the government or private company should play for the vicious circle not to happen in the society?
Yeah, it's a really great question. I think first, they're absolutely all connected. So we need to sort of work to solve all of those, the poverty gap, the education gap, and the technology gap. So, starting at an early age, if children are going hungry, they're not going to be able to focus in school. And so poverty is, of course, contributing to those other gaps. And the reverse is true as well. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not going to be able to invest in your own upward mobility, whether that means furthering your own education or starting a business that requires digital skills or something else. And so in turn, that sort of education or technology gap also means you're more likely to remain in a cycle of poverty. So we do a lot of work to support nonprofits that are providing access to capital and to expertise, as well as supporting governments to improve the government efforts to improve the social safety net. But one thing I wanted to come back to, actually, based on the conversation with Anna, is actually around this example of the offline and online communication and how the real world example of a fellowship that sort of helped address one of those challenges and combining those. So the challenge that we were looking at was this idea that parental involvement at home and school has been shown to be really critical to students' educational outcomes, but building relationships with teachers can be really challenging for families that are facing economic or educational or cultural or even language barriers. And so we worked with an organization that was creating an app that enabled two-way translated communication between parents and teachers. So that sort of helped solve the language barrier. So these were folks who were not able to communicate with each other functionally in the offline environment. And so technology is really aiding in that communication and complementing it rather than taking away from it. And that solves, again, the communication barrier, and it was using AI for that two-way translated communication, but it doesn't necessarily get at the cultural barriers. So parents, didn't necessarily know what they should be talking to the teachers about or what they should be asking. And similarly, teachers maybe not as trained in how they should be engaging with parents. And so we worked on this app with this organization called Talking Points that actually also then provided nudges to both parents and teachers with the types of content that they should be talking about to ensure that that type of communication was happening. So it really helped, supplement or complement what was happening offline in those conversations and just enable them to communicate more. Critical for in-person learning, of course, even more critical with distance learning, but either way, really just complements the in-person learning environment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jen Carter, for your insightful and heartwarming comments. And is there anything else you'd like to add? Any question on the floor? Okay, great. I think it's time to close the session. Today we have a very productive discussions on EdTech and EdTech cooperation between ASEAN, India, and Korea. I hope this session will stimulate further discussions on this very important topic. We do really appreciate your participation in the session. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, the moderator, speaker, and the panelists for joining us at the third session. Well, I believe this was a great opportunity for us to draw a fine line of picture of the cooperation between Korea, ASEAN, and India. And the strong interest that you have shown us along the way tells us that we have a promising future ahead of us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude the Korea-ASEAN-India Business Forum 2021. Until next time, goodbye.